Yeah, there's someone I was trying to approach it as well. It's called marriage minimalism.
Marriage minimalism.
Yeah, it's basically like a libertarian line of marriage, and why you should just remove the state from it. And I think I quite like that notion. It's great. Jason's always had this line that he's against marriage. He's against all marriage.
Yes, but it's part of this whole thing that individuals don't exist.
Groups don't exist, yeah. So he thinks, it's funny, he's been engaged 3 times as well.
Really?
There's a line that's sort of been like, it's like, well, I don't think there could be such a thing as a marriage. Metaphysics doesn't think it exists.
Yes.
You know. So there's just different degrees of, there's the kind of, is it good question, and then is it real? And then what does it mean to be real?
That's where it gets to.
And that gets missing. So there's, yeah, he thinks it's bad to have groups. He thinks there's all sorts of negative effects. Imagine if people really did treat each other totally individuals. He thinks it would be a better world. It was funny, it's used up always to information. So his metaphysics kind of lead into anarchism as well. Be there, it's evil, but then our lockdown book, his view is politically legitimate, states introduce lockdowns because states are legitimate, okay, and they should not be allowed to make fun. But it's also good because he's utilitarian. So he said like the benefit of lockdowns is it's having a bunch of lives, we keep population, should come out the way. Yeah, so you have to kind of 2 different flags. One is what you're doing is legitimate, but also keep it out. It's good. It's moral, but illegitimate. The framework should be consistent together. The values, so you can have a framework which says, the utilitarian just says, okay, well, I can never give you an in-principle answer as to whether we should do X or Y, always. The underlying principle is that which maximizes the good. So you must do that which creates most pleasure or reduces the suffering. And so that at different times in context will lead to different results. So that's not inconsistent. But it might yield some very clear answers. But then you get kind of virtuous. It's just go, well, there's a whole bunch of preaching values. One that I always tell my students was like, honesty is virtue, and kindness is virtue. And your wife says to you, I want back in his pants. And now you've got to pick. Do I be honest or do I be kind? And one of the ideas is that if you're wise, you know which virtue to pick. Yeah, so then you get the kind of Kantian approach, which is that there are certain things that you cannot do ever. It doesn't matter how bad the consequences will be. If you don't do it, you can't do it. It's a thou shalt not kind of rule system. Yeah, I think so. It's a immutable. So the meme I'd like to see is watching the Dr. Evil supercats of $1 million. There's the saying $5 trillion. No, that's why they need the $5 trillion.
Money doesn't exist.
Where they go back to the 60s. I wonder if they stand up.
is known as royal so I kind of watch it from
We're starting 20 past 10. Not my fault. I would apologize to all of you. Stenographer has explained to me the reason for the delay, and I'd like to say to her, Ms. Stenographer, you must go back to your office manager for her to go back to the court manager and say the explanation for us starting late is an unacceptable explanation. It's got no basis. To say that somebody assumed that this court is not sitting this morning, it's just shocking, because it has been stated throughout the week how we were battling to make sure that we finish today, and the likelihood of us exceeding today, and also that yesterday it was stated very clearly we will start at 10 o'clock. It's all over the media that this court is proceeding this morning. So, stenographer, I appeal you must go back to the office manager and say the judge is not impressed. It's just not acceptable. I've been waiting at the door for all the time that I could be sitting and doing something. And now suddenly we get in here, the machines are also giving us a problem. Please, I think you must just go and tell them, and tell them that I wish I would see the performance contract. I would deduct 5 points from the performance contract. Thank you very much. We can start.
As the court pleases. Good morning, my lord.
Good morning, Mr. Kasiboto.
My lord, we intend on calling our first expert witness, our second witness, and who is our last witness. I beg leave of this court to call Professor Elizabeth Garner to the stand.
Good morning, Professor.
Oh, thank you. My name is Elizabeth Adwin-Gunner. I'm often known as Liz. My writing name is Liz Gunner.
Do you have any objection in taking this law?
No.
Do you swear that the evidence about you is the truth, the whole truth, and the rest of the truth, as well as the right that says so?
So help me God.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You may be seated if you choose to. And also let me also indicate, in as far as the removal of the mask is concerned, it's also your choice. We allow witnesses to take off their mask because of the distance between you and everybody else. But some people feel very strongly about it. If you want to testify and with the mask on, it's your choice. Except to say that sometimes it's a bit difficult talking through the mask. And the other thing is I'd like you for the record just to spell your surname so that it's properly spelled when the record is reproduced.
My surname is Gunner. Gunner.
Thank you very much. You may be seated if you wish. Yes, Mr. Kasiboto.
As the court pleases. Good morning, Professor Garner.
Good morning.
As a start, can you confirm that you are appearing and testifying in this court in your capacity as an expert witness?
I can confirm that.
Let's give the witness a chance. Looks like you want to be testify standing or seated.
Is it possible, my lord, to stand and sit sometimes, or do I have to take one or the other?
No, you don't have to. I just saw, and I thought you were battling with the arrangement. That desk is not appropriate for...
It's also fine if you sit and you hold it on your lap. The file, whichever you're comfortable with.
I'll try this. It's very heavy though, so I prefer to have it up there.
Either way.
Okay. I think I'll have it up there.
Yeah,
Understand.
just be comfortable. You
Yeah.
can move your chair closer.
Can
to
you not shift that mic? It looks like it's not even working. This one on the side, not that one. The one that's not on. Maybe shift it a little bit this way so that it gives you the space. Yes, thank you very much.
If you could go to page 335 of the bundle in front of you. Page 335, my lord, is the curriculum vitae of the expert witness. I'm just going to go through it very quickly. Well, it goes into 29 pages. I'm going to just highlight key aspects of it, which I think of relevance and bearing in these proceedings. So at page 335 is where the CV starts. I'm going to ask that you confirm what I say when I suggest that you do, Professor. It says your current appointment is a visiting professor 4.0 since October 2021 at the School of Languages Faculty of Humanities, University of Johannesburg. Do you confirm that?
That's correct, yes.
And then if you go to paragraph 3, it's your educational qualifications. It says in 1984, you obtained a PhD in African Languages and Literature, School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. And the title was Ukubonga Nezibongo, translated to Zulu praising and praises. Do you confirm that?
That's correct.
If you flip over the page and you go to paragraph 5, it says research awards and fellowships. The very first one is Johannesburg Institute of Advanced Studies Award 2022, July-October, Writing Fellowship for work on book in progress, titled The Road, the Song, and the Citizen, Migrant Music in Post-Apartheid South Africa.
Oopsie, sorry. My apologies, I didn't hear you. I beg your pardon, Mr. Kasiboto, you can proceed.
Thank you, my lord. Just in case the stenographer missed the point because of the interruption, I was at point 5 at page 336 under the topic of research awards / fellowships. It says you obtained a Johannesburg Institute of Advanced Studies Award 2022, July-October, Writing Fellowship for work on book in progress, titled The Road, the Song, and the Citizen, Migrant Music in Post-Apartheid South Africa. Do you confirm that?
That's correct.
And then there's a long list of other awards which I will not go through now. Well, yes. If you flip to page 338, that's paragraph, if you look at paragraph 6, headed Achievements, Public Responsibilities. The second one is Guest Editor, Journal of African Cultural Studies, open parenthesis, JACS, close bracket, 27/3/2015. Special issue on performance and social meaning in Africa. Do you confirm that?
Yes.
If you flip the pages again and you go to 339, under paragraph 7, titled Seminars and Papers Given at Conferences, Colloquia, Workshops, which are selected. August 2015, panel organizer, Violence and Misrule in Contemporary BRICS Literatures, paper, Songs of Comfort and Misrule, Political Song and the South, at Conference South Africa Beyond the West and Livingstone, Zambia, 7 to 11th August Do you confirm that?
Yes, I do.
And then the list goes on and on about all these other seminars you've had, and I think we get the point. And I'll stop. Perhaps before I stop, if you go to 343, the first bullet that appears is February 2005. Zulu choral music, performing identities in post-apartheid South Africa, University of California, public lecture in Black History Month, San Diego campus. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I do.
Flip the page again to 344. Under the heading Publications, the second one under Books Single Authored, you have in 1998 a Handbook for Teaching African Literature, second edition, first edition, 1984, London, Heinemann. Do you confirm that?
Yes, I do.
Co-authored 1984, A Teacher's Guide to African Literature, H.L.B. Moody, Liz Garner, and E. Finnegan. Banglestoke, Macmillan. Confirm that?
Yes, I do.
Again, I could go on and on. Let's stop there. Now, let's go to the expert summary, which would be, and I'll tell you what the page is now. It's on page 331. For the benefit of the public and the court, what appears in page 331 is a document titled Respondent's Notice in terms of Rule 36(9)B, which of course is the Uniform Rules of Court. And what that is a summary of the evidence that will be led by the expert witness. And if you turn to page 332, under B, you've got what we will rely on today, which are the expert's opinion, the material we'll rely on. And if you go to paragraph 5 under heading B still, you have what is referred to as the expert's testimony, which the professor will focus on. And I want to draw the court's attention to 6 of those. And I'm going to ask you, Professor, to give a synopsis in a line or two. We're going to get into the detail in due course. But in a line or two, just explain to us what each of the sub-points that I will mention now mean, in a line or two, and then we'll get into the substance. So if you go to paragraph 5.3, it says you're going to focus on the deeper public meaning of political song. In a sentence or two, what does that mean?
It means that political song has a role in the public life of a state, particularly an African state, because of the long cultural matrix and history of politics, song, and performance in African society. And
then, if you go to the next page, 333 under 5.5, the summary says you will give evidence on the presence of political song in South Africa's history and the context of a tradition of public performance regarding the role of song. What does that mean?
It means that if you go back to the start of the Union in 1910, you can trace from that time, and earlier as well, that there was a strong tradition of the use of public song in order to voice opinion and make important points about governance or hoped for governance.
And then under 5.6, second respondents, and for the benefit of the public, the second respondent is Mr. Julius Malema. Second respondent's political vision, which foregrounded a new push on land reform and a radical economy policy.
I took the song, and I was very interested in how the song operated as part of an economic policy particularly concerned with land. That was my interest in the song.
And then under 5.8, the history of the song Dubula and the validity it has in the present.
I wrote about the why I thought the song had a place in the public sphere and how it operated, and why it's of interest to myself as a cultural analyst and an analyst of language and culture and politics.
And then lastly, under 5.9, the presence of political song today.
I think that political song is alive in the democracy, and it is being used by many different elements in society to make points about life, social life, political life, and change that they would like to see.
I'm now going to ask you to go to page 358. What appears under page 358 is an article titled Song, Identity and the State, Julius Malema's Dubula song as catalyst. And it purports to have been authored by yourself. Do you confirm that?
I do.
You flip the page to 359. And what appears as the first paragraph, at least to me, is a synopsis of the article. And it reads, this article tracks the entry of Julius Malema and his package of skills as a political persona into the South African public domain. It focuses on his use of song, particularly the Dubula song / chant, within the public space, and links it to a long tradition of political song. It sets this within a wider context of the aesthetics of power in the post-colony and within older epistemes of performance, language, and power. It also discusses the media as both actor and acted upon in relation to Malema. It links the topic of power, rhetoric, and its use to intergenerational politics and to the struggle of youth and the marginalized poor against an entrenched gerontocratic elite. That's quite a mouthful. Do you want to give us, in a sentence or two, do you want to caption what that idea is?
The idea of the whole abstract.
Yes.
The idea of the whole abstract, which I trust encapsulates the paper, is that Julius Malema began to use song, and particularly Dubula, in the public sphere, but he did so knowing that it came from a long tradition of songs that went before it. And it was part of a much older bundle of meanings about language, performance, and power. And then I discuss how he uses it, and I link the idea of power and rhetoric to what I call intergenerational politics, and that is the politics of, say, youth and age, and how you could possibly see how what Malema was doing as an attempt to make the voice of youth hold in a situation where gerontocratic politics is very dominant in Africa. In other words, the rule by the aged
Thank you. Now, if you flip a couple of pages to page 361, and if we pay attention to the second paragraph that appears there, it's quite lengthy and I will read it nonetheless because it captures the point. At the February EFF election manifesto launch in Tembisa and at the rally in Atteridgeville, Pretoria, days before the May 2014 election, song was prominent. One which was sung many times was neither new nor very old. It was a bouncy Afro-pop style song used by the ANC Youth League and by South African Students' Congress organization, but now it was adopted by the EFF with a new subject. And the song in question goes like this. Malema utela tuba, tuba yao ibona tuba. Tuba yedla, tuba ye ibona tuba, translated to mean in English, Malema will wield the stick. The stick, do you see the stick? The beating is coming. The beating, do you see the beating coming? In the Atteridgeville event, the song boomed out across the stadium with backing by DJ Chance. Those present, with their EFF shirts and red berets, sang along with him, some miming a beating move with a flick of their hand. The final rendering was accompanied by motorbikes zooming around the track and the presence of a screen with flashing lights. This is the important part. At both rallies, as with the Luthuli moment some 60 years before, there was a sense of song, uniting a gathering and being part of a moment of political defiance. The song was making a statement about the inadequacies of President Jacob Zuma and his ANC government. Its beating promised a victory to come for the EFF and a hiding for the ANC. The song, as metronym, stood for the defiant presence of youth in an African gerontocracy, a recurrent trope in African political song on the continent. It marked a moment of rupture with the political elite viewed as corrupt and its stale nationalist politics. Now, there are a lot of propositions that are contained there, but I want to draw your attention to ones that stuck out for me. And perhaps by way of contextual background, Mr. Malema, who's the subject matter, testified before this court for the past 2 days. When it was put to him, when a challenge was put to him to explain the meaning of the impugned song, he suggested that the EFF is a political party with a specific goal in mind, which is economic transformation, hence the name Economic Freedom Fighters. And he says he draws parallels between apartheid as we understand it in the ordinary sense, which is a governance, systematic segregation of a race by the other, segregation and discrimination by the other. And then he draws an important point, which is the fulcrum of his case, which is this. Apartheid does not just take the form of what we commonly understand as apartheid. He says there is economic apartheid, which was not done away in 1994. And then he suggests that his fight for economic transformation, which includes land reformation, is not a fight targeted at a particular group per se, but at a system. Then the question is put to him, what do you mean by that? He says the system takes two forms, at least two forms. The first is this idea of land dispossession and who's liable for that. And he says that's what informs one dynamic to the impugned song. He's fighting the system where the land was dispossessed unlawfully, as he argues, from a certain demographic. And then he says, post-94, there hasn't been a shift in that economic imbalance, particularly when it comes to the question of land. And for that reason, and I use this phrase, a luta continua, suggesting that it's myopic to suggest that apartheid as a system was dismantled in 1994. It might have been from a political prism, but it is not so from an economic prism. So for all intents and purposes, we live in an apartheid state. And when I say we, he's referring to his constituency and the people he represents. Now, that's the dynamic of the song, because much of the debate is the song even relevant in contemporary South Africa, in other words, post-1994? And that's his response. Now, I want you to comment on this, having foreshadowed my question with that background. I want you to comment on this line. You say at both rallies that I've referred to, there was a sense of song uniting a gathering and being part of a moment of political defiance. What do you mean by that?
I mean that you can see the song as an example of song working to pull people together, to make a point about the South African present and about South African history, and doing so using song as a means of defiance, an expression of defiance in a time-honored way that song has been used in South African history for the last century or more.
Okay. Now, if I understand you correctly, you are suggesting that despite what might be apparent in the song, so if you cold read the song, and I think we should do that again. It says, Malema will wield the stick. The stick, do you see the stick? The beating is coming. The beating, do you see the beating coming? Now, outside of context, you read this, at least to me, you correct me if I'm wrong, it appears there's an intention to use a stick to assault, does it not?
You could read it like that, yes?
Yes. Your explanation of the song is that it is a sense of a song to unite a gathering and being part of a moment of political defiance. So link what I've just suggested with this proposition.
I think that the song is saying we're not going to give up. Don't take us lightly. And the stick is a metaphor for don't forget we're strong. And so that's how I see it. It's a new song. It's a song that was composed for that occasion, I believe.
Yes.
Oh, no, it's not. It was used before.
Yes.
Oh, but it's got a new subject. That's right. So he does shift it. So
Yes.
what he's doing is he's shifting song in a way that happens. A song is not necessarily static. It can move.
That is very interesting. So you're suggesting that song can shift to accommodate contemporary times, but carries the same underlying idea.
It carries the same underlying import of what song does
Yes.
in the public sphere, in the public domain.
Yes.
That song is not simply decoration.
Yes. Now, if I understand you correctly, you suggest this song was an illustration of defiance of President Jacob Zuma's and ANC's government. That's what you say. So if I understand you correctly, you're saying the wielding of the stick, the beating that's referred to in a song, is not a literal inference that we will literally beat up President Jacob Zuma, is it?
Not at all. You could paraphrase it as saying, watch out,
Yes.
we're coming.
And that's the underlying idea to the song.
I would say so.
Yes. Now, if you don't mind,
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I hate to intrude. If I can just ask that my friend ask open questions, not leading questions. Just be fair to the witness in the process.
Okay.
I accept my learned friend's proposition in principle, but all I've simply done is read her own text and drew conclusions from the text as if she were testifying verbally. That was the sole intention.
That's the difficulty I have, my lord. It's perfectly fine for my learned friend to read the text and ask what is the intent. But to say, let me tell you what I think you mean, is that what you mean, is leading a witness?
Yes.
So what we have on screen is
Sorry.
a video. Excuse you.
May I say that people don't tell me what to say. I work it out myself. I always have.
Thank you. Now, I don't know if you'd want to sit down and view the video or you're comfortable standing while the video plays.
I'll sit down.
Please play the video.
That colonizers stole the land. It's them who told us. We get this from all these leaders of the ANC. Today they are in government, of course we understand and they try to be diplomatic. But you taught us that colonizers stole the land. And when you steal, you commit a criminal activity. And once you commit a criminal activity, you are a criminal. You must be treated as such. That's what we learned from them. They can disassociate with it today, we understand. They must be honorable in approach. But we don't have that responsibility. It's their responsibility. We say it the way it is, they must come and polish it. So that as long as the product is the same, we have no problem. Because capital has got some small mentality. Capital suffers from a mind of a rat. They think if there's going to be an uprising, it's only the ANC which is going to be overthrown. They don't know that we'll start with them. Here in Saturday, our people will just walk from Alexander, just across the street, open the fridge, and just mess themselves with cheese and everything else they find in that. Before we even reach Union Building, we will start here.
Now, for your benefit, Professor, what you saw here is the second respondent in this matter addressing the constituents of the ANC Youth League. This is when he was still the president of the ANC Youth League. And what appears in the video, and which has been confirmed by Mr. Malema himself, is that consistent with his idea that when he confronts economic issues, land issues, it is not a fight directed at a particular demographic. Say, for example, the Boer. It's wider than that. It's not personal. He is prepared to fight his own organization for the same idea. He identifies where the issues are in terms of where he wants to go as a political party, which is the land redress issue. And he's identified the ANC as being part of that problem. That was the context. So what you see in the video and what he testified to is that the suggestion is we will march to the union buildings, which is where President Zuma and his government sat as the executive. And we're going to ask for time frames because there's an agitation on the slow progress of land reform. That is why we're going to the union buildings. So that's the context of that video. We'll play the second part of it just now.
Here across the road. So they think that no, if there's going to be any uprising, it will go to Union Building. On our way, we'll pass by. So we sort ourselves out properly. And then we can go to the sitting president and say, President Zuma, for sure you got a report about what happened in the Sante. So we just want some commitments and time frames. Because we know you were elected. Just give us a time frame when will you resolve this matter. And then on our way back, we'll also pass by the Sante. We are managing.
Now, this video is quite important because it captures the idea, which was the witness's evidence, that there is a two-pronged attack, as it were, to address the question of land. The one in the video is this idea of monopoly capital, and the other is the ANC itself. Now, with that context in mind, from the witness's evidence, let's go back to what you said. Now, again, we've accepted on your testimony that you say, at the face of it, the song we just referred to, Malema, Wield the Stick, The Beating is Coming, is a metaphor. And we've accepted that is a metaphor directed at President Zuma and the ANC government. Now, the song was making a statement about the inadequacies of President Jacob Zuma and his ANC government. Is there a parallel between what we've seen and this assertion?
I think you could see a parallel, yes.
Yes. Do you want to explain that to us?
Well, what the speaker is saying there is that they're going to keep on protesting, they're going to march to the centers of power because they have something to say and they have a policy they want to put forward. And that seems to me that that is a similar thing to what was being implied in the song.
Yes. And then you continue to say, it's beating, and you put it in inverted commas. Why is beating in inverted commas?
What line is this, please, Mr. Kastoko?
It's the song was making a statement about the inadequacies of President Jacob Zuma and his ANC government.
Yes.
The next line is, it's beating promised, and then
Yes.
you're beating in inverted commas. Why is it in inverted commas?
It's in inverted commas because it's not going to be a physical beating.
Yeah.
It's a statement about a beating in terms of we have beaten you in this race or this contest
Yeah.
or this battle for power, if you like.
Yes. And then if you go to the very last paragraph, perhaps before we do that, on this idea that this song is not literal, I want to play a second video. And I want you to observe this video.
just 67.
Now, for your benefit and the benefit of the court and the public, the lyrics to the song are, Oliver Tambo, speak to Botha to release Mandela so that he can govern. I'll repeat. The lyrics to the song are, Oliver Tambo, speak to Botha to release Mandela so he can govern. Now, this is a song that was sung at a time when the former president, Nelson Mandela, was in prison. And at the face of it, it appears that it is a literal song. And the suggestion is that you can see how the song is calling for specific action. What we then see here is the exact same song, 2016. Not only has Oliver Tambo since passed on, Nelson Mandela himself, my apologies, former President Nelson Mandela himself has passed on. He has since been released, he has since governed, and when I say governed, he led the ruling party. But it's a song that's still being sung. Do you have a comment on that?
I think it shows that a song exists in a wider frame of time and reference. And the song still carries huge weight as a historical statement, and it shows how songs can move through time and cause inspiration through memory to a later generation, because it is a later generation.
That's a very important point. Let me understand what you're saying. You're saying song, amongst other things, preserves a memory. In other words, it's not just a statement per se, it could well be at a given point in time, but it can also serve as a memory and as an inspiration. Is that the evidence?
I think with that song, which, I mean, it would be quite nice if you could also say it in Xhosa as well, for the sake of the media as well. But I think what the song is doing is it feeds into a very long body of songs about Oliver Tambo, you know, that were part of a particular moment of the political life of the country.
Yes. Well, I'm minded by...
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Which song we're talking to? You say if it could be sung in Xhosa.
Well, Teta.
Oh, okay.
Well,
Teta no Botha.
I'm minded to do exactly that, Professor. Perhaps let me do that then. The song in Xhosa is Oliver Tambo, Teta no Botha, Akhululu Mandela, Azobusa. And I've given the English translation. Now, let's go back to page 361. meant that Malema was reconnecting with a deep stream of performance politics that ran like a current, at times unheeded, through national life. Do you care to comment what that means?
I think it shows what I've been trying to argue then, what I've argued in other places as well, that political song has often played a part in public life, but it hasn't been fully realized that it is part of dialogue, it is part of a debate, it actually has a role as speech.
Yes.
And that you can't say that things, only things that are in print are the things that carry weight. There is a wider sphere of dialogue and debate, and that this is what is being entered into by this song. He's linking with older traditions of performance and rhetoric.
Yes. Now, what I capture from what you've said is that this song allows space for dialogue. Do you perhaps have any writing of any sort that reaffirms that notion?
Any writing in what sense?
In other words, would you have had perhaps another example of another song that reinforces the idea that when it is being sung, it opens up space for debate?
Well, I think the song by Chief Albert Luthuli that I put at the beginning of this paper, Tina Sizwe, Esinsundu, is an example of a very important intervention by Chief Luthuli in 1953, when he sings that song whilst he's making the last speech that he made before he was banned and had to stay in Grantville. And so the song there is part of his ideal of land retribution. And this is something that is being picked up in this particular song, I think.
Yes.
That's why I linked the two.
Yes.
And the deep stream of performance politics, if you think from 1910, when the ANC was founded, or 1912, right through, song plays a part. The parts change because they tend to get more radical and more militant. They begin by being linked to Christian hymns, as that one is, in its rhythm. Da, 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 da. But, later the songs become much more militant. You think of the funerals, you think of things like that, other rallies. It becomes rougher. That's what people like Anne Schumann say, and I think she's right. And Anne-Marie Gray says the same thing as well. So there's this deep stream of performance politics, which is not sufficiently taken into account as part of what I would call the political domain in the widest sense.
Yes. On that point, can I please draw your attention to page 378? Perhaps I apologize, my Lord, and I apologize, Prof. Ghana. Let's perhaps go to the start of the article at 375. And if we scroll down to the part where the lyrics of a song appear. Now, this article is the second article that has been discovered on behalf of the respondents. And the title of the article is Jacob Zuma, The Social Body and the Unruly Power of Song by Liz Garner. Is this your article?
It is.
If you go to the middle, just after the abstract, you see what appears to be lyrics of a song. Are they lyrics of a song?
They are.
The Zulu version of the song is Umshini wam umshini wam webaba. Awulethu umshini wam. The English translation is, my machine gun, oh father, please bring me my machine gun. Now, is this a literal or a metaphoric song?
I think it's a metaphoric song. When he first sang it, Jacob Zuma did not expect somebody to come out in front of the court in 2005, where he sang the song, and present him with a machine gun. What he was saying was an allusion to heroism, struggle, and what you use when you are in a position of having to fight for something.
Yes. Let's then go to the page 378 I spoke about earlier. If you go to the middle of that page, where it says song, language, and citizenship, it says, the presence of umshini wami, once publicly performed by Zuma, became part of a widening consciousness of song as a catalyst for popular debate in South African public sphere. The discussions it triggered took place under trees, at bus stops, in taxis, shebeens, coffee shops, and bars, as well as in the electronic and print media. Do you care to comment about what you meant by that?
I think what happened, if we go back to 2005, was that the songs had to some extent fallen out of public life. It was understood quite widely, I think, that song didn't matter anymore. They didn't have a place. They'd done their work in the liberation struggle. We were now in a new era, and songs were not as important as they had been. So what Zuma's song, Umshini Wami, tells us is that there was, in fact, a way that song can connect with certain parts of the public that can feel cut out of an elite print discourse. And so that he was widening the scope of the discourse, of the public discourse, and he was allowing ideas to come back and song to come back as something that had a place in public life.
Yes.
Forgive me if I went on too long.
No, you did not. Thank you, Professor. Now, going back to
just bear with me for my note. You mentioned songs, and then you mentioned song. Just take me through that again.
So I'm talking about song as speech or writing. In other words, song as a kind of collective noun.
You were speaking about that the songs were brought back as part of the public discourse.
Yes.
So then you move on to speak only about song. So you move from the generality to the specific, so I didn't follow up from there.
I apologize, my lord, I was getting carried away.
No, don't worry, I just for my notes.
Okay, thank you.
You just want to explain that.
If you take a body of songs, you can talk about song. Song as an activity in the public domain. Like you can talk about speech as an activity in the public domain. You can have speech and speeches. So, and then you can have song as the generality and songs as particular songs within that. I hope that's clear, my lord.
Thank you.
Now, Prof. Ghana, when I asked you whether the song is literal or not, you said it's not literal. Now, I accept that that is the idea of the song, at least that's your argument, that it's not literal. But if you look at the lyrics again, my machine gun, oh Father, please bring me my machine gun. Is there no scope to suggest, outside of context, that this song is literal? Just reading the words cold without context.
Well, if you read the words as words, it's quite literal, yes.
Yes.
But it's not, it is a song, and it has a particular frame to it.
Yes. Now, let's go back to the article we started on. And we were on page, in fact, I've exhausted that page. Let's go now to page 364. Now, at the second paragraph of page 364, in the preceding paragraph and pages, which I will not read in the interest of time, but having set out how Julius Malema viewed the old ANC guard, in other words, the older generation. You had a fancier word for it, I just can't recall it. But the idea is the relationship between the young and the older generation. You're taking us through what Malema's perception is of that old guard. Now I want to draw your attention to specifically paragraph 2, the second paragraph, where it starts with the words, "It was this configuration." And that's where I want to take you.
Paragraph 2 on page 360.
364, the second paragraph, my lord, where it starts with the words, "It was this."
Thank you, I found it.
There, Prof. Garner, you say, "It was this configuration of power and its modes of rhetoric, one tied to a backward-looking nationalism, which Julius Malema set out to change." Let's stop there. What do you mean?
I think what I was doing there, what I'm doing in that piece is I'm looking at the two songs, and I'm seeing that.
Sorry, just so the court is able to follow and the public is able to follow, which two songs are you referring to?
I'm referring to Umshiniwami and Dubula.
Thank you, yes.
And I'm thinking that the Umshiniwami is coming out of perhaps a narrow view of nationalism that Malema is trying, through the song, is trying to shift.
Yes. So in other words, if I understand you correctly, there is one prism which is embodied in the song Umshiniwami by the old guard, personified by the former president Jacob Zuma. And then you've got this new prism which is embodied in the song ibhunu, personified by Mr. Malema. Am I understanding you correctly?
That is correct.
Yes.
I'm not saying, I don't say in this article, I don't imply that Umshiniwami might never be sung again.
Yes.
Because somebody else could take it up and do something else with it.
Yes.
Because part of what I say is that in the first article is that song is unruly.
Yes.
Nobody owns a song.
Yes.
So it could go somewhere else.
Yes. So it's a question of adaptation. One might take a song from yesteryears, find relevance of the song decades later, and give it its own meaning. Is that the suggestion?
It's possible, yes. And I mean, that could be, so with the Oliver Tambo, Teta no Bota, that could be used, again, in a metaphoric way.
Yes, because if we take it from a literal perspective, and it's a good example that you're taking us back to the Teta no Bota song, because one would see it, and I can understand and appreciate why one would see it in a literal perspective, because it's at a time when President Mandela is in jail, Oliver Tambo is doing the bidding for anti-apartheid activism in Europe. And then what you have then is someone asking that Tambo does something about it. But now you're suggesting, if I understand you correctly, is that even though events have preceded the relevance of that song in a literal sense, it still finds expression to date.
I am saying that, but I also think you could take that song and put new names in it.
Yes.
X, theta, no Y.
Yes.
In order to kulula Z.
Yes.
So the songs can shift.
Yes.
And it can still have power because it is in the realm of political song and it's known.
Yes. And then you go further. You say he did so through a new foregrounding of political song as part of a battle to challenge the power of the elders and of their right to own and produce the struggle past and through this, the new future. I don't know if you're following my reading of the sentence.
Yeah, you did say reproduce, did you?
No, let me read the sentence again. You say, it's the second line of that paragraph I referred to. You say, so let me just start the whole thing so that it makes sense. You say it was this configuration of power and its modes of rhetoric, one tied to a backward-looking nationalism which Julius Malema set out to change. He did so through a new foregrounding of political song as part of a battle to challenge the power of the elders and of their right to own and reproduce the struggle past and through this, the future. So I'm asking you to comment on that assertion.
Well, I think it goes back to what I say in my abstract, when I say that one of the things that Malema and through the song Dubula is trying to do is challenge a gerontocratic elite. And Africa is full of gerontocratic elites.
Yes.
Who control everybody else below them, and they're usually men, I may add. So Malema is really saying, no. I want to reproduce the struggle past, look to the future, and see that there's a different relation between the struggle past and the future.
Yes. And then you continue and say, he did so amongst rising poverty and a restive and disillusioned youth. Now, I think that's as clear as it can be, but what is worth flagging is the witness's testimony that when he testified that his fight of the system includes the ANC government, which was led, and it must be emphasized, by his own party, which he was the Youth League president of. He says part of the struggle is to confront that system which we've alluded to now. And he's doing this for the benefit of the people that are referred to here, amongst others. He did so amidst rising poverty and a resistive and disillusioned youth. And then it continues. There was also an increasing sense of media and digital power of sounds, words, and images which circulated within and beyond the country's borders and at lightning speed. All this marked the times. I explore in the next section Julius Malema's political vision, which foregrounded a new push on land reform, a radical economic policy, and I show how song was a central component of this strategy. On that note, my Lord, it is now 11:23. Perhaps this is an opportune time to take the tea break and resume afterwards.
Yes, can we make it a bit shorter? Can
Sure.
we make it 10 minutes? Thank you, ma'am. We're going to take a tea break. You will remain under oath. Thank you. The cultural agent.
But I feel more kind of can manage.
Do you need something to lean on?
Yeah, something there.
Yeah.
Okay, now listen, then I have to do it work. Am I allowed? Yes. To refill.
you. Oh, yes, that's right. That's right. Yes, thank you. You must just, like today I'm in court, so if you can call your home and step to the other. No problem. Not phoning me.
Is the median here? Yeah. Are they all? What's the tea like? Oh, just have Oh yes, what about something from here?
Oh yeah, yes. Will this work? Actually, you tend to have a thing that's I'll have what you have. No. Yeah, court archives, but because it's media, it also finds it. And it's also transcribed. Yeah, sure. I mean, actually, yeah, and you find this recording on YouTube as well. You're doing well.
is this first witness?
All right.
So, Dr. I've just checked with the court manager. There's no security here today. Can you just check outside if there are security? Thank you, Mr. Kasibuto.
As the court pleases. On the same page 364, perhaps just so there's a flow, let me just take a step back and go back to the last sentence I read before the tea break. That appears as the last sentence in the second paragraph of the same page, where you say, I explore in the next section Julius Malema's political vision, which foregrounded a new push on land reform, a radical economic policy, and I show how song was a central component of the strategy. If you could then perhaps give us a synopsis of what you mean by that.
By the sentence you've just read out?
Yes.
Well, it's really just what it says.
Yeah.
How his use of the song and his tactics showed that he was trying to get somewhere different with land reform, which he felt had been neglected by the old regime, and that it was part of a radical economic policy which included a shift in how land was distributed.
Yes. So if you go to the last paragraph of that sentence, I'll read it, where it starts with Malema had. Malema had an intimate knowledge of how song worked within the political. An ANC activist from an early age and former SASCO leader. He was elected president of the ANC Youth League at the chaotic April 2008 National Conference at Mangaung. He became...
Sorry, Mr. Kasibuto, I'm not with you. Which paragraph are you reading now?
My apologies, Your Lordship. I'm at page 364, the very last paragraph that starts with the words Malema had.
Okay, I found it. Thank you.
I'll start afresh then, my Lord. Malema had an intimate knowledge of how song worked within the political. An ANC activist from an early age and former SASCO leader. He was elected president of the ANC Youth League at the chaotic April 2008 National Conference at Mangaung. He became a public figure known far beyond the ranks of the ANC and its supporters in the month leading up to the 2009 election. His populist tactics, which involved grabbing media headlines through alarming public statements, were unsettling yet intriguing. What was this young leader hoping to achieve? Certainly, it was publicity he sought, perhaps also notoriety. The defining, and this is the important part, the defining of a new type of rebellious political figure in an era of complacency and amnesia. Now, I want you to focus on that last bit. The defining of a new type of rebellious political figure in an era of complacency and amnesia. What do you mean by that?
I meant that he was trying to redefine what a politician might look like, particularly a politician that was trying to shake a particular direction. And when I talk about an era of complacency and amnesia, I mean an era in that part of the 2000s when people were settling down into exactly that. Or you might say the ruling elite were. Complacency, satisfied with things. And amnesia, forgetfulness, loss of memory, loss of the past.
Yes. And it's an interesting, you should say that, because we've discussed earlier how, as part of his strategy, Mr. Malema also confronts his own leadership. Does this fit into that idea?
I think it does, yes.
Yes. Now, let's move to the next page, 365. And I'm going to read from the paragraph immediately after the heading, "Not the Apprentice." Malema's move from being Zuma's apprentice to a more independent position took place in the period after June 2008. It was particularly marked after the April 2009 election, as it became clear that President Zuma had no intention of tinkering with the neoliberal direction of the South African economy. Here's the important part. Exploiting the ANC Youth League's capacity for a degree of independent action, and coupling this with the political song's power to point to a key political issue, he sang the ibhunu, Shoot the Farmer/Boer song at the University of Johannesburg Doornfontein campus in the inner city on March 2010, when addressing students as president of the ANC Youth League. And you quote the source for this. Now, starting from where it says exploiting up until the last bit I read, do you care to elaborate on what you mean by that?
I understand. It means, in fact, that what Julius Malema was doing was saying, wanting to give a certain kind of independence to the voice of the ANC Youth League, saying that they were not always just under the control of the ANC, although they were the Youth League, that they could make independent moves and have independent ideas and vision. And that's exactly what they were doing. And he used it through political song, because, as I say elsewhere in the paper, he had understood the power and the way political song worked, yes, as a way of targeting ideas, changing directions, because he had been taught songs from a very young age. So he was aware of this very long tradition within South African history, or parts of South African history.
Yes. So you're saying in this context, when you sang the song ibhunu, it was directed at the ANC leadership itself. Is that the suggestion?
Well, that strikes me as leading the witness.
No, hang on, I've actually lost the place anyway. I tend to get carried away.
Sorry, ma'am, just give a second.
Yeah.
It's contended that that's a leading question. It does seem to come out quite like that.
Sorry, my lord?
I think, I say,
Yeah.
objection is that the question you've put to the witness,
Yes.
suggests an answer from her.
Oh, okay. I'll rephrase the question, and I apologize to your lordship and my learned friend.
And I wish to reiterate again that nobody tells me what I'm going to say.
Yeah, I think the
Well,
point
Prof, let me just explain to you so that you don't have a difficulty. There's a technicality that operates in the legal field. There's certain questions, and lawyers will say, don't ask a question when you know what the answer is. So if counsel puts a question to you, which suggests an answer, they will object because it's not coming from you.
Okay.
So it's not blaming you.
Thank you, my
It's saying counsel must formulate the question in a proper way.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
One of the sentences I read was, Malema was using political song to point to a burning issue in the body politic, namely the slow move towards restitution of land. Now, please comment on that aspect. What does that mean?
Well, it's self-evident
Yes.
that he's using political song, which is an established mode of rhetoric and political debate,
Yes.
and he's using it to say you're not tackling the land issue.
Just hold on there, Prof. Who is he directing that to?
I would say, if you read the whole of that paragraph, it's quite clearly directing it at President Zuma.
Yes. Then let's move to the next line. He was signaling his claim to a particular constituency, that of the youth, and more widely to those who were marginalized by the government. Again, what does that mean?
I think Malema, and in the article I say that he's a very astute politician, I was writing it, as I say, in 2015, 2014, that he could see that there was a constituency that was falling outside the ambit of the ruling party, if you like.
Yes.
The poor were outside, and the marginalized,
Yes.
and the youth.
Yes. So the last bit of that sentence, where it says, that of the youth, and more widely to those who are marginalized by the government. Who's the government you're talking about?
Jacob Zuma's government.
Yes. Let's move to the next line. As Deborah James remarked in a recent book on land and restitution in South Africa, titled, land is not only understood literally, but has become a fulcrum for social and moral disputes. What's the idea being conveyed there?
That land can be seen as a symbol of disputes around dispossession and loss. And I'm just looking actually for the title of Deborah James' book.
Well, it's reference, we don't have to get the problem.
It's called Gaining Ground, Rights and Property in South African Land Reform. And she wrote it in 2007, so it was really quite soon before this. So it may well have, it may have been something he read, or certainly it was one of the books being written around land and what land meant. And yes,
I see
the symbol of
relevance.
land, as well as the actuality of land.
Yeah. Now, let's move to page 366. The very first paragraph there, you say, nevertheless, the Dubula song in its generalizing capacity, its populist appeal, and its incisive focus had the power to bring the question of land and dispossession squarely into the public domain at a tense time for the ruling party, the ANC. The song was not new. It had been brought back into public prominence by another son of Seshego, Peter Mokaba, the fiery leader of the ANC Youth League after its reconstitution in 1991. But it had roots across the political spectrum, used by Pan-Africanist Congress members, as well as ANC, and predating the Toy. It was sedimented in the archive of struggle memory. And the struggle memory goes, Ayesaba Magwala, Dubula, Dubula. Dubula ngesibhamu. Dubula ibhunu. Dubula ngesibhamu. English translation. Cowards are frightened. Shoot, shoot. Shoot with the gun. Shoot the farmer/Boer. Shoot with the gun. The most astute of politicians, Malema set the song to use in establishing the issue of land as a key pillar around which to raise his profile and make an important political intervention in a challenging and controversial way. Now, the paragraph is self-evident, but I want you in a line or two to comment on the last bit that I've read. You say he used the song to make an important political intervention in a challenging and controversial way. What does that mean?
I think he was using song as a wake-up call to say, you've got to address the land issue.
Yes. Let's flip the page to 367. Now we've discussed the issue of the song Dubula. And then in the second sentence that appears at 367, starting with the words, it was in the present instance, it reads, it was in the present instance.
So I beg your pardon, Mr. What part is that?
It's page 367, my lord. And the second line, where the sentence starts with the words, it was in the present instance.
367.
367, the second line, first sentence in the second
I found
line.
it, thank you.
Now, we've discussed the song Dubula, and then you say in that sentence, it was in the present instance a highly effective means of highlighting a shared South Africa-Zimbabwe commitment to the cause of land reform. Even though Malema was to remark later that the tactics used in Zimbabwe were not to be deplored. Were to be deplored, my apologies. Now, what came before this is an outline of how Mr. Malema traveled to Zimbabwe. And what I've just read now is what happened, where the song was sung by the ZANU-PF members in the presence of Malema. And then it was in the present instance a highly effective means of highlighting a shared South African-Zimbabwe commitment to the cause of land reform, even though Malema was to remark later that the tactics used in Zimbabwe were to be deplored. Do you know what those tactics were?
Well, I think the tactics he's referring to are violent land grabbing.
Yes.
That was being followed in Zimbabwe.
Yes.
So he says, he was saying then that there is a shared commitment to land reform
Yes.
between Zimbabwe and South Africa.
Yes.
But in the TCR, which is the coming revolution, he deplores the tactics that Zimbabwe used.
Yes. And that's an important point because Mr. Malema himself was examined on this issue of what's the strategy for this land reform he's talking about. And he went at length as to how this will be practically implemented. He suggested that the EFF is not a lawless entity. It is one that respects the rule of law. He takes it further, he says, this is precisely why we're looking for a constitutional amendment, because as it stands, we cannot take land without compensation absent that amendment. So, it seems to me there's an alignment between what he's saying here and the version that I'm suggesting he gave yesterday. Would you agree?
I would say so, yes.
So, let me leave this part. Let's go to page 368. And if you get to page 368, and you go 1, 2, 3, the fourth line, with a sentence that starts with the words, "What became clear?" And the fourth line, can you see that? There you say, what became clear was that this specific song did not exist in a vacuum. It was one of a domain of possible songs, chants, slogans, a shifting store of cultural capital, which could be drawn on to affirm and give courage to the project at hand. Thus, what began to emerge was the role of song as an element of political discourse in the public space and in the country's history. It was a discursive element of political, it was a discursive and somatic element firmly inside the making of political negotiation and action in both the new and old South Africa states. It was also part of what Mbembe has termed the aesthetics of power. Again, you've testified to this. I won't ask you to do it again, but I just want you to give a comment in a sentence or two related to the last sentence, which is, it was also part of what Mbembe has termed the aesthetics of power. What does that mean?
Well, what I would also like to emphasize is the sentence, what began to emerge was the role of song as an element of political discourse in the public space and the country's history.
Yes.
All right, so I think that's important.
Yes.
About the remark, it was also a part of what Mbembe, I mean Ashira Mbembe, the political philosopher, what Mbembe has called the aesthetics of power. Mbembe has this idea that the state and people are locked in a sort of embrace of power, and they sort of talk to each other through that. That has been modified by somebody else, whom I also quote, who says that what you can also have is not this struggle between the people and the state, but you can have dialogue. You can have dialogue between people and state. So he modifies the Mbembe idea, which is in his book on the post-colony.
Yes. Then let's move to the last paragraph. It's line from the bottom, line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 from the bottom. And it starts with the words, the use of song. It's the 8th line from the bottom, my lord. It starts with the words, the use of song. Still at page 368.
268.
368, my lord.
I beg your pardon, 368. The paragraph following from what you read starts with, not only was there body of song performed.
Indeed, so, your lordship. So if from that line, you go to the next paragraph, or you go to the next 4 lines down, from where you just read, my lord, you'll see the words, the use of song.
Yes, I found it. Thank you.
So you say there, Prof. Ghana, the use of song, and specifically of the Ayasaba Magwala, Dubulisbam, Dubula, was defended by luminaries of the struggle as part of its richest cultural capital. ANC Secretary General Gwede Mantashe, Derek Hanekom, Deputy Minister of Science and Technology, and Collins Shabane, Minister in the Presidency, all testified in Malema's defense. The poet Wali Mungane Surute spoke eloquently for the defense. The song, he said, was part of the repertoire of songs used in the struggle against apartheid. Similarly, the Nobel Literature Prize winner, the late Nadine Gordimer, spoke in its defense to the BBC team, who were in Johannesburg to cover the trail of the hate speech case. Her words were heard on BBC Radio 4's breakfast show, and the event was given global coverage by the BBC World Service. You confirm that? Page 369. First sentence. A key question was whether the song plus the repertoire and archive from which it came were items only of the past, or were they alive within the social and political imaginary of the South African present? Both views were set out. Surote emphasized its struggle provenance. Keith Khoza remarked, open quote, "These songs were sung before he, Malema, came along," close quote, but also stated that the view that the song had validity in the present, let me read that again, but also stated was the view that the song had validity in the present. In early May, a report City Press wrote, quote, "Malema and ANC representatives, including the party's General Secretary Gwede Mantashe, told the court the lyrics were from a song from the struggle against apartheid. It was sung now as part of the ongoing battle against economic oppression." Close quote. Dubula was thus part of a new voicing of an oppositional position in dialogue with the state. It therefore had legitimacy in the political now. The same point was made in the article by Richard Pithouse. Malema, he claimed, was appropriating the language of popular dissent and attempting to politicize the state of repression of the poor by saying, quote, "Amidst all this buffoonery, he is given a name to a truth that has until this moment been largely repressed in most of our elite publics." Will we ensure that democracy effectively confronts poverty, or will we allow a predatory elite to manipulate the impeccable and urgent moral claims of poverty to confront democracy, close quote. If you then move down on the next paragraph, line 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth line that starts with the words, "on 16 August 2012. On 16 August 2012, the Marikana shootings took place. This was the Soweto moment of the post-apartheid era." Let's stop there. What are you saying there?
Okay, ETV is not interested. Let's move on.
So, Professor Gunnar, from what I understand from read your articles, that a lot of the articles is about showing the role of song in political life. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what you have really is a descriptive account of how songs have been used and how they can be used to bolster the power of particular politicians, and you've given the examples of Jacob Zuma and Julius Malema. Is that correct?
What I have also done in the article is much more than show that. I've attempted to show the place of political song in the life of the way a society imagines itself and the way a society enacts a political idea, and that you can enact a political idea through song. So it's about how song works in communities. It's not just about leaders.
Yes. So in other words, songs can be used to enact political ideas. In other words, you can have a political idea which is expressed in a song. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And one can use those songs, the political ideas that are in the songs, to inspire people to action.
You can use them to inspire people to want change. But as I have pointed out, there have been so many examples of Dubula in the history of political song, and I can give you examples if you like, that it has to be taken beyond a literal context. It has to be taken as a call to courage, a call not to be afraid, a call to keep going, not to fall down when you feel like falling down. That's what political songs are also about.
Yes, so I want to
Sorry, just bear with me. Professor, you said the songs can be used, and I just want to make sure I took the correct note here.
Sorry?
Songs can be used to inspire people. Okay, thank you.
Now, we've talked about songs can do multiple things. So you can inspire them to feel courage, as you said, is that correct?
Yes.
And could you inspire people to perform actions in the world?
I can see where you're going, and I'm not going there. I think songs can be used to articulate a desire for political change. And if you look at the songs that have been used, there are many. And I mean, the other Dubula song, and remember that, this is not just a generality out of a hat. It's actually a long cultural analysis of the history of song. So they change.
Professor Gunnar, it's a very simple question. Now, you're saying you don't want to go there, and maybe you have reason not to go there because you think it will hinder the respondent's case. But you're here as an independent expert. I'm asking you a very simple question.
Yes.
Which is, can songs inspire people to take actions?
I'm trying to think. You see, if you think of Sizoba Dubula, 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 Sizoba Dubula, 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 Nembai, if you take that, it doesn't mean that you're going to immediately go out and shoot everybody. It's a song saying, we want freedom. We want a change. So to answer your question, songs have a much wider import, which I think, in order to understand songs correctly, has to be taken into account.
Let me give you some real-life cases where I say that songs can be used to inspire action. Now, you'll be very well aware of the genocide in Rwanda, and I've discovered to the other side a judgment against a singer, Simon Bikindi, from the International Court Tribunal in Rwanda. And the question before that court was whether Mr. Bikindi, a singer, could be held liable for the use of his songs in causing action. I'd like to take you through some of that, and then we can see your position. If you can ask you to turn to page 1284, so that's 1284 in the bundle.
Sorry?
1284.
I don't think there is one. It seems to end at 497.
Deployment of the songs.
Yes, it's deployment
It
of the
should be
songs. I
there
don't know if
for-
you've produced
What?
you might want to okay, yeah.
Oh,
Have you seen
yeah,
that?
okay. Sorry.
Do you want to enlarge it by removing that tab on the left? Yes. Okay. So this is an extract from the judgment of the trial court. The questions before the court were whether Mr. Bikindi could be held liable for acts of genocide and for the use of his songs. I'm going to read to you paragraph 258. Regarding the impact of the songs played on the radio, prosecution expert Karanga testified that songs are more effective in a culture with an old tradition. When expanded to radio broadcasts, he considered a song a highly efficient tool of propaganda, in part due to the fact that radio plays an important role in Rwanda's oral tradition. The defense expert testified that a radio broadcast throughout the entire territory would have a far more considerable impact than a public performance. Would you accept that that is a reasonable proposition, that songs can be used as propaganda?
I think it is, but I would also say that that song and context and culture always go together, and it would be inaccurate to simply lump that as a straight comparison. There are very many differences around radio, around the involvement of the MNRD and the government at the time, the consistent use of propaganda by certain radio stations, and Bikindi was a popular composer.
Yes, in other words, context matters, and we're partly looking at different contexts are parallel, and I'm going to take you through the findings from that context, and you can see if there are parallels in our context. Now, at 263, the court says, in light of the evidence before it, the Chamber finds beyond reasonable doubt that Bikindi's alleged songs were deployed in a propaganda campaign to target the Tutsis as the enemy and to sensitize and incite the listening public to target and commit acts of violence against the Tutsis. Now, in other words, this court has found that the songs can be used to incite the listening public. Would you take it as a correct proposition that songs can be used in that manner?
I think I do respect the judgment of this particular court, but I think that what is very important to take into account is context. Now, if I may say, about Mr. Bikindi, and you obviously know an awful lot about him, far more than me, I'm sure, but he was also a member of Interahamwe, and Interahamwe was within Rwanda. It was a group that was vehemently anti-Tutsi. The government was anti-Tutsi. There's possible that there were a number of radio stations that were being published, funded. So there was a huge push. You could say that the whole government, if you like, was there, and there was this Interahamwe movement that Bikindi was related to. So to simply say as a general proposition that song can incite has then to be qualified by the context.
Yes, in other words, Bikindi wasn't just a singer.
Qualified by
Sorry? By the context.
context.
Yes.
Bikindi wasn't just a singer, he was part of a political movement, is that correct?
He was, but he was part of it. He was part of the. I'm not sure. You obviously know more than this, but he was not a key player, because he was, as you also know, I'm sure, he was convicted in the end, but he was not convicted on the song issue. He was convicted for his general role in the genocide, not for the import of the songs.
He was convicted for words. I'll take you there later, but he was convicted for saying things on the back of a car, kill the Tutsis. But the court goes into much detail about how his songs were used and what their impact was. Now, you said something really interesting, which is that he played a political role as part of Interahamwe. Now, that strikes me as an interesting parallel with the situation we find ourselves at the moment. Mr. Malema is not a professional singer, he's a professional politician, is that correct?
He's a professional politician, yes.
Yes, and when politicians use these songs, they have, as you say, the platform, the stage, the cameras on them that they'll take a notice of. They're not just mere singers.
I think, again, the parallels are unsubstantiatable.
So do you think Mr. Malema doesn't have power?
Doesn't have what?
Doesn't have power, doesn't have access to the media?
Of course, Malema has access to the media, but the media in South Africa is very, very different from the media in Rwanda. If you know, and you do know because you have the evidence there, that one of the main radio stations which was semi-public was the Radio Milmilin, RTLM, Radio Television Libre Milin, and that was pretty well founded as a propaganda station. So Simon Bikindi had a whole army of rhetoric behind him. So I think to draw a parallel is pretty dicey.
Let me ask you this, in other words, what gives you the platform for your propaganda? On the one hand could be a propaganda outlet, and the other one could be that if mainstream news picks up your propaganda and disseminates it. Would that be correct?
I think there's a difference between propaganda and policy. Bikindi comes across quite clearly as a man filled with hatred for the Tutsi. Malema has a policy of land reform, and he draws on a long tradition of South African song in order to articulate that.
Professor Gunner, were you present in court yesterday?
No.
Did you watch Mr. Malema's testimony yesterday?
No, I didn't actually. I was preparing for today.
Yes. So you would then be unaware of some of the things that Mr. Malema said in court yesterday?
Well, please inform me.
I intend on doing so. One of the things that was put to him, Mr. Malema, it's not covered in your article, said later, is he says, we are not calling for the slaughtering of white people, at least for now. And in cross-examination, I asked him whether he'd be willing to pledge to never call for the slaughtering of white people. And he refused to make that pledge. Now, I put it to you that, in other words, this is not someone who merely trades in economic policy. This is someone who is consumed by hatred for people on the grounds they're at.
I think this is outside the domain of what I'm meant to be talking about.
In fairness to the witness...
Well, let's just help the witness for going forward. Prof, whenever one of the counsel stands up, particularly your counsel, it means you can't continue answering the question until I've heard what the point is. So you understand that?
No, could you repeat it, my lord?
You are about to answer a question. Counsel for the respondent stood up. What that means is that as a witness, you don't continue talking. Similarly, if the complainant's counsel stands up, you do not answer until I make a ruling.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Kasiboto?
My lord, in fairness to the witness, I would suggest that the question and the answer by Mr. Malema be given in full. It wasn't a strict, I refuse. It was qualified. That qualification must be put to the witness.
Yes, Mr. Oppenheimer?
My lord, there was no qualification in court. The question put to him was, would you pledge to do this? And he said, first of all, he said, I would do it. And then I said, make the pledge now. And then he said, I refuse. I don't know if my little friend wants to add anything else.
Yes. That's my understanding also, Mr. Kasiboto.
Your Lordship, it was a whole discussion. Mr. Malema said, this is the pain I've suffered. To which counsel for the complainant said, let's talk about the real pain. And then in response to that, he says, I will not apologize because black lives clearly don't matter what
My
matters.
lord, this is in another section of the testimony. To say that this is the context for the pledge would be inaccurate. I'm putting forward the section on the pledge. I can't be asked to recite the many hours of Mr. Malema's testimony to the witness. I'm putting forward a precise question on the pledge. There were no qualifications to the pledge.
Just give me 1 second. Well, just my recollection on the questioning was that it was in the area where Mr. Malema, I think, testified about how his mom was invaded by the police. They pulled the blankets while she was sleeping. And then he continued about how painful that was. And then it came to this issue about, there was a question about there is no policy to say that kill the Boers. And then the question came about, what is your stand in relation to the killing of farmers? Would you make a pledge to say that you would be opposed to the killing of farmers? That's the context as I understand. And I will therefore allow the question, Mr. Kasiboto.
So Professor Gunner, as I've said, when asked, Mr. Malema was asked to pledge, will you pledge that you will never call for the killing of white people? He refused that pledge. Now, as I say, my position to you, in other words, is that
But I think, Mr. Oppenheimer, now it comes back to the objection which was raised. He said that in a particular context, and I think you need to put that context to the witness. He didn't just simply bluntly say, I refuse. There was some other context that led to...
The prior context is simple. I said to him, you've made a speech in which you said, we will not call for the killing of white people, at least for now. And then I said to him, we had a discussion about what at least for now means, and he says, I cannot see the future, I'm not a prophet. And then I said, will you then pledge to say that you will never call for the killing of white people? And his initial response was, he says, I can do that. And then I said, then make the pledge now. And he said, I will not make that pledge. So why I raise it is that your characterization of Mr. Malema is someone who cares about a change in economic policy. The evidence of Mr. Malema demonstrates this is someone consumed by racial hatred who will not rule out the killing of people on the grounds of their race. And that the parallels between him and Mr. Bikindi are then very parallel. That's my position to you.
I think that's outside the province of this paper that I've been speaking to as expert witness, because what I have laid out is how Julius Malema, as a politician, has enunciated a different policy on land from an earlier regime, and that he has taken a song, Dubula ibhunu, which can mean kill the farmer, kill the Boer, but it is a song. It is not walking around the streets making that statement. And what I'm interested in is the power of song to state ideas and policy in the old regime and in the new democratic regime. And I stand by that.
So if I understand it, in other words, your paper omits the racial rhetoric of Mr. Malema, is that correct?
My paper is based on very carefully researched evidence that I conducted between 2013 and 2015 when it was published. And what is in the paper is the evidence there. And that's what I stand by, and that's what is in the public domain.
So you're an expert on this particular period of time and the political usage of the song during this political time?
I'm an expert in a much wider field than that. I'm an expert on song, oratory, orature, the history of African political forms such as praise poetry, the place of the praise poet, the singer in history. So I mean, my expertise was used to try and clarify what was happening here.
Are you an expert on Mr. Malema's politics?
I'm a South African citizen, so of course I have a very clear idea about the politics of one of the political leaders, yes.
Yes, so in other words, when I put it to you that Mr. Malema openly refuses to say that he will not pledge to say, I will not call for the killing of white people. You're aware of these statements because you're a South African citizen who's aware of Mr. Malema as a politician, is that correct?
You have told me he said that yesterday.
It's a well-known speech from 2016. Are you aware of it?
It may be somewhere in my memory, yes.
Yes. Now, are you just closing your eyes to it? or are you going to take it into account in his position as a politician when he utters words?
I'm not closing my eyes to it, but I'm going on the evidence of what I've got about song.
Yes, well then
And
let's talk
what
about
song means. And what politicians say outside song is really outside the domain of what I'm here for. Politicians, as you know, and as we all know, can say the most extraordinary things sometimes. So I'm standing with the evidence of what I have written about and talked to.
Now, if I understand your evidence, it's that songs are a tool that can be used by politicians to propagate their ideas. Is that correct?
That's part of what I'm saying. I'm also saying that song is a means by which communities and people give ideas and try to give directions to politicians. And in my paper, I maintain that that's what Julius Malema was doing. He was talking about take a different stand on land reform.
Do you think it's possible to do two things at once with the words that you use? Is it possible to convey multiple meanings with the words that you use?
I'm sure that you know that as well as I do. You can say, of course, language is multivalent.
Yes, so one can say, in the same song or the same speech, that you are calling for land reform, and simultaneously one can say, I'm also calling for a particular race to be exterminated. One can do both of those things with the same speech. Is that correct?
Well, this is pure hypothesis.
Yes.
And I'm not prepared to go there because it's outside the realm of what I've discussed.
Professor Gunnar, as an academic, I would think that you are perfectly capable of entertaining hypotheticals. Now, I'm asking a simple hypothetical question, which is it possible, we can divorce ourselves from a particular song, is it possible to utter words or sing a song that simultaneously call for land reform on the one hand and also call for the extermination of a race?
My Lord, I would say the question that Mr. Oppenheimer is asking is outside the domain of my expertise as an academic. And I would say that my interest is in Mr. Malema's political use of song within the long tradition of song in the South African public and political domain. And that is what I'm interested in as an academic, and that is what I have done.
Professor Gunnar, is it your case, is it your testimony that you are incapable of answering the question, that you are incapable of understanding the hypothetical I'm putting to you?
My Lord, I think that Mr. Oppenheimer is trying to come to a conclusion that really I'm not prepared to follow him into.
Now, Professor Gunnar, that's the difficulty. In other words, it seems that you can see down the track. You know what the answer is. And now you are playing dumb. You're saying, I can't answer this question because you know where it's going to lead. That's incredibly evasive as a witness, especially one who's purported to be here independently, who will not be told what to say.
Well, my Lord, I think Mr. Oppenheimer is trying to put words into my mouth. I would say that my expert testimony is around the use of song in the political domain, and that is what I have tried to follow through, and that is what I stand by. I am not here as an expert on people's political speeches.
Professor Gunnar, I'm asking a very simple question. You've said that words are multivalent.
Sorry, let's hear the objection.
My Lord, she's answered the question.
My Lord, I'd submit that the witness has just refused to answer the question. There hasn't been an answer.
Yes, she has. She has refused. She says she's not going to answer the question because it falls outside her expertise as a person who specializes in writing on songs.
Yes.
So
well,
she's saying, as I understand the question, she's saying, I'll answer your question if it relates to the issue of the role of songs in a given society. However, I'm not going to answer a song that relates to political speeches by politicians.
Let's try and narrow it in. I'd like some clarity on this. So first of all, are you capable of answering hypothetical questions as an academic?
My Lord, I am, of course, capable of answering a wide range of questions. What is relevant is whether it is in the ambit of what my expertise is in this particular instance.
Professor Gunn, the relevance of your testimony will be determined after your testimony is given. Now, I'm just asking a question as to whether you have the ability to answer hypothetical questions. Is your answer yes or no?
My Lord, I do have the ability to answer questions, but the point is whether the questions are germane to my field of academic knowledge and what I have got in front of me, which I have testified to.
I think what's the important there, underlying there, is hypothetical questions.
Pardon?
I say, Mr. Oppenheimer underwritten that question with the word hypothetical questions. That's the question. And you saying, what's your answer on that?
Well, a hypothetical question, you can ask me a hypothetical question, but then I would, yes, do ask me a hypothetical question.
Okay. Now, as an academic, as you've testified earlier that language is multivalent, it can convey multiple meanings. With one sentence, one can convey two different things. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now, I'll give you a different case. Could one call for let's say, legal reform in a particular area and simultaneously call for all women to be exterminated? All women to be exterminated. In other words, let's say you have a phrase that calls for a constitutional change to alter the rights of women, and that's calling for a legal change, and then there's also a call to action, which is that a particular group of people, namely women, be exterminated. Is it possible to do that?
Well, I think it would be complete madness.
I'm not asking if it's a good idea or a bad idea. I'm asking if it's possible to convey multiple meanings with the same
Well,
words.
that's not multiple meanings. That's two different statements. You want land reform, or you want legal reform, and you want the extermination of women. That's two different statements. I don't see that that's being language as multivalent. It's two different statements.
So let's say we had a statement which was, we should drive women into the sea. That's the statement. Now, could that convey multiple meanings?
My Lord, again, I go back to the question of language and song. And I would say you could certainly have a song about driving women into the sea, but that would not mean that you actually wanted to drive the women into the sea. So I think there's an important difference between song and simply making statements.
So let me pin you down on that testimony. Is your case, from what I understand it, you want to elevate songs. You say that songs are taken seriously. Songs are not mere decoration. Now, if I sang a song with a tune saying, let's have another Holocaust, let's kill 6 million more Jews, and I sang it in a really musical way, would you say that, well, because it's a song, it cannot bear its plain meaning?
No, I would think you were taking my evidence completely out of context, because I'm talking about the way song has developed in a particular society, which happens to be our society, our democratic society, and the society before that, which was not democratic.
Professor Gunner, I'm just trying to establish some principles from you. It's very simple. You've stated earlier that if one were to sing Drive the Woman to the Sea, it would not mean that. I'm giving an example of another song where I want to say, even though it's a song, we could take those words literally. Is that the case?
I really can't comment on that because it's completely outside the domain of this culture and this history and this performance tradition, and I really think that's how it is.
So is it the case, in other words, that you are unable to answer an abstract question like, can songs be taken literally? Is it possible for songs to bear a literal meaning?
My Lord, my evidence is around songs in the long history of this country. Whether a song that was sung before the Holocaust of the Jews could have led to the Holocaust, could be taken literally, is something that I'm really not prepared to comment on. One would have to look at the history of song in Nazi Germany. One would have to look at the history of how it was used by Hitler, by Goebbels, by the youth movement, by the whole persecution of the Jews, the taking away of the rights of the Jews, and you would have to look at the history of song within that particular social and political context. What I have tried to do is to take the history and the use of song in our society and to make the case that Julius Malema has introduced a radical element around song because he wanted to address the issue of land, reform and reclamation.
Let's turn back to the Rwanda case. I'd like you to, we're on the same page, it's paragraph 264. So, my lord, it's 1286.
Yes, I've got that.
Here the court, in its conclusion, 264. Yes. The chamber finds that the names of the three songs manipulated the history of Rwanda to extol Hutu solidarity, and that two of the songs were composed to disseminate anti-Tutsi propaganda and encourage ethnic hatred. Now, here's an example where the songs are used to do two different things. The one is extol Hutu solidarity, and the second is to encourage ethnic hatred against Tutsis. Would you accept that?
Sorry?
Would you accept that the song is doing two things? In other words, one, extolling Hutu solidarity, two, encouraging ethnic hatred against Tutsis.
Ethnic hatred. Yes, I'm with you.
And the second line says extolling Hutu solidarity.
Yeah, I think that's true. But again, I mean, this is another society and another time, my lord. And that would be how I view it.
Yes. Prof. Gana, I just want to try and get some abstract reasoning here. You have a methodology that you use. So you say, I have focused on a particular context in South Africa, and I've looked at the particular songs here, and I'm trying to understand how they operate within this context. Now, I'd imagine that methodology can be used not just there, but in other cases. Would that be the case?
Sorry, let's hear. Yes.
Sorry, Your Lordship. Just back on that point, not the same songs perform two things. As I read the conclusion, there is that the first three songs extol. The next two songs do something else. So it's not the two songs or three songs doing two things. The first three songs do one thing, the last two songs do the other.
My lord, they actually are, it's two of the same three songs, and I take some responsibility in that I didn't read out their names because I'm not familiar with the language, but I'll read it out again. The chamber finds that Twazazere, Nanga Amabutu, and Bene Sabahinzi, so those are the three different songs, manipulated the history of Rwanda to extol Hutu solidarity, and that Nanga Bahutu, being the second song, and Bene Sabahinzi, the third song, were composed to disseminate anti-Tutsi propaganda and encourage ethnic hatred. So, the claim is a simple one. This tribunal found that two of the three songs had dual effects. The one was to extol Hutu solidarity, and the other one was to promote ethnic hatred against Tutsis. Now, simple question, is this possible with songs in general? Is it possible to convey two different things simultaneously?
I think that, my lord, if I may address you.
Go ahead.
I think that these songs, the Bikindi songs, come out of a very specific Rwandan history, and that is the context in which you have to look at them. And that song certainly in Rwanda has been seen as a very important point of education and teaching ideology. And whilst this was going on, song was being used in the camps by Kagame's government to make songs that would extol a new Rwanda to come together. In other words, to give a completely different ideology. So what I'm saying behind that is you have to look at where songs come from, who sings them, and why. I might generalize about the South African case, but I certainly would want to go into specificities if I was talking about songs in Rwanda or songs elsewhere in Africa.
Maybe to be fair to you, I should just give you some of the context in South Africa. That Mr. Roots testified for a number of days in this court and has produced a book called Kill the Boer. Part of that testimony describes the nature of farm murders and their frequency and how they are performed. For many hours, he went into details about how people are tortured to death. One of the vivid cases that was given yesterday was of a mother and daughter who were tortured to death with glass bottles, that their genitalia were destroyed, and that the words "kill the Boer" were painted in blood at the crime scene. Now, I put it to you that the context that South Africans find themselves in at the moment is a bloody, torturous context, and that the songs, the chants used by Mr. Malema of "kill the Boer, kill the farmer, shoot to kill," draw parallels with actual reality on the ground. That in Rwanda you had people being slaughtered and killed, and you had songs encouraging this. And that those parallels in South Africa are very close.
My Lord, I think the advocate is indulging in generalities. The contexts are very, very different. A song is a song.
A song is a song. Could you explain that?
A song states a case, says something, gives a command within a song. And in the case of South Africa, that has been the case. If you look at the Rwandan situation, it is a context which has to be looked at extremely carefully and with different lens, different eyes. And the fact that a farm murder has been committed cannot relate back to a particular song.
Is it within your expertise to say that when a song is sung in South Africa and murders are committed, that it cannot be related?
I think that's, again, it's a very general statement. A murder can be committed anywhere. It doesn't mean that the song, which was sung, as I have tried to indicate at great length, a song that comes from a long and articulate tradition of struggle songs, is used. The fact that there may then be terrible farm murders is not a necessary consequence of the song being sung.
Is it a possible consequence?
I would say not.
Your testimony is that it is absolutely impossible for a song sung in the South African context calling for the killing of Boers to say shoot to kill, that it is impossible for that to have any real world effects. Is that your testimony?
I would say that when people are singing, and remember this is not a song that is just sung by one individual, it is sung by a group, it is sung as part of a whole political movement. It is sung as a movement to get a change in land. That is why it is sung.
You are not answering the question, Professor Gallo.
If there happen to be concomitant farm murders, it is very difficult to draw the evidence across because farm murders tragically have been going on for a long time, and I think to draw evidence between them would be impossible, in my view, if I stick to what song is about. And that is what I intend to do.
Now, I'd like to give you a case to consider. So page 231 of the bundle.
231 in here.
It should be there, yes. It's at page 194 of the book, my lord, but the bundle can be used.
231?
Yes, 231. The bottom paragraph says, on 22 August 1992, I'll wait for you, Professor.
Yes.
On 22 August 1992, Godfrey Frederick Lance Hewer was murdered in front of his wife, Amy, on their farm near Vryheid in KwaZulu-Natal. The killer was a 28-year-old man named Ntukuku Chwene. A Rossi special firearm, ammunition in a suitcase containing about 1,000 rand, $80 in cash. A pocket calculator and books also stolen from the scene. Chwene was convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. He would later testify at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that the only reason he had committed that murder was because he had been influenced by the ANC's chanting of "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer." He continued, "I could have killed any other white man I came across at the time. My frustrations were directed to white men because they had what we did not have." Now, I put it to you that here is a real case of someone who says, I was influenced by those words, and I went and killed someone because of those words. And your prior testimony was that this is impossible. And I put it to you that your position is implausible.
My lord, if this evidence is, as it is in this book by Mr. Roots, is it? One must presume that this is the case. But I would say that one certainly cannot make a generalization from that. And that the role of song, as I have stated and will continue to state, has a place in the public domain, in the political life of a democracy where change is to be brought about and done in a democratic way.
Now, in other words, is it your case, if I can understand it? So first of all, do you concede that it is possible for a song or these particular words, shoot the Boer, shoot to kill, can influence someone to commit an act of murder?
Clearly, in this case that you are directing me to, it seems to have been so. It was so. That was the evidence that was given. But I think to deduct any kind of generalized statement from that would not be good.
Now, the question I'd put to you was, is it possible for these songs to cause this harm, to incite? And you concede that there is that possibility. Possibility and general are different. In other words,
no,
I said in all cases necessarily...
I intend to stick to my argument that a song is a song. It is used in the political domain. It has a place in a political democracy. And that is what Kill the Boer is. And the fact that, as I've tried to throw through my testimony, that the language used has a long tradition of rhetoric, and it has a long tradition of making sometimes very difficult points in the public domain about land. The fact that the words ibhunu are used is part of a song. It is not an injunction to kill.
Professor Gunnar, some of the other testimony that you weren't present for in court, someone, Duncan Prinsloo, personally survived a farm attack. He was shot in the spine, his wife was killed in front of him. And it was put to him, it was asked, how does he feel when he hears these songs being sung? And he says it has a re-traumatizing effect on him. That when he hears these songs being sung, it reminds him of that day that his wife was murdered and that he lost the ability to walk. Now,
Sorry, my lord, just for completeness, again, the witness was not in present court. With your lord's permission, if I could just give context to the proposition that was put by my learned friend. What preceded the entirety of what my learned friend is saying is firstly a concession on the part of the witness in question that there was no evidence that the singing of the song led to his attack and the murder of his wife. So there is no connection, causal link between the song and the version that's given by my learned friend, just for purpose of context.
My Lord, as my learned friend knows, there's a two-part test for hate speech. First is, do the words propagate hatred against a particular group, race, ethnicity, etc.? And then it must either incite harm against that group, or that the words themselves cause harm. And our courts have interpreted those words to mean psychological harm or emotional harm of a serious nature. Now, I'm dealing in the latter category. Now, the evidence of Mr. Prinsloo is that when he hears these songs, it re-traumatizes him. It causes this deep pain, brings back the memory of that day when his wife was killed in front of him. Now, would you accept that songs can have that capacity, that they can have that traumatizing effect on people?
I think that what we need to remember is that the song Kill the Boer has to be seen in the context of the political domain. Someone may well be traumatized by the song, but let us remember that many of the people who sing the song are singing it because they want a juster society. They want land distribution. They want a place when they haven't got one. We must remember that that is the cardinal point of the song. Song, of course people can be traumatized by hearing a particular song, but I don't think that that means that this particular song can be seen but anything but a statement of desire for the change of land ownership at present in this country. And also that it was used by Malema and had been used before him because he did not introduce it. It was used by Malema to make the point that the land issue has not properly been tackled.
Professor Gunner, then let's just get clarity in your statement. It seems that the song can have two effects based on your testimony. The one is that it can be a call for land reform, and simultaneously that it can traumatize people who listen to that song. Is that correct?
You have, Mr. Oppenheimer, my lord, has given evidence of one man who was traumatized by the song Kill the Boer. I don't see that leads to a general marking of the song as a song that can cause trauma to a particular group, particularly if the group in question, the demographic group in question, could begin to understand the wider parameters of how song has been sung by African cultures and African political leaders and African political artists for a very long time in this country. And I stress in this country because I think, again, the Rwandan parallel is specious and is not one that would hold up to serious comparison if you looked at the context, the culture, and the history of each society.
Professor Gunner, just so I don't interrupt you, maybe it's once you've finished addressing the judge, if you could just look at me, then I can see that you're ready to speak. Professor Gunner, Mr. Malema testified yesterday that when he hears the national anthem and he hears destem, that portion in the national anthem, that he finds that incredibly traumatic. And he gives examples of people who were jailed, captured against their will, and treated very badly, and that they could hear that song being sung at the same time. Now, the EFF is on record for saying that destem should be banned from the national anthem. Now, what would be your response to that position?
Well, first of all, I think destem is a fantastic song by Langenhofen. I love it, and I love the new version. It's fantastic. We won't sing it now, but it's a great song. Whether that's official EFF policy or not, I don't know. But I think what it's saying is that songs have very evocative power. A song that may disturb one person may be inspiring and uplifting and be part of a vision of a democratic society to somebody else. And that's how it is.
So in other words, your position is that songs can have dual effect. A song can be both uplifting and inspiring and also cause trauma to people at the same time. Is that correct?
Well, you have informed me that it traumatizes Julius Malema.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
That was his testimony.
Trauma. Trauma when he hears the stem. Is that in the records?
I think Mr. Malema was quite emphatic about the effect that it had on him.
Well,
There is video
I think
footage
just
of it.
answer the question. We're not going to answer the question. I see you looking at me. I'm not answering questions.
Just from what I understand, your response is that that strikes you as hyperbolic. Is
Sorry?
that when Mr. Malema has described himself as being traumatized, do you think he's being hyperbolic?
No. If Mr. Malema says he's being traumatized, I must assume he is being traumatized. Well, if you say he says he was being traumatized, I would assume that is the case.
And so you would take him at his word on it?
Trauma is a very wide spectrum. There's a difference between different kinds of trauma.
Do you want to elaborate on that?
No. I'll leave it to you to think it out.
No, I think I'll ask you. If you're saying that if there are different ways in which trauma could be understood.
I think so. I mean, it could make you just feel rather uncomfortable. And of course, we can always try and persuade Mr. Malema that, in fact, Stem is a fantastic song and he should go along with it. And it's about land, and it's about a sort of just idea of land, if you like. And it's a vision of a land that really does, everyone has a stake in. So possibly Mr. Malema can be persuaded.
So would you say that, in other words, there's an incoherence in the position taken by Mr. Malema, which is to say, I should be free to sing Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer, but the stem, that should be removed. That there's an incoherence in that position.
Can you repeat that question?
Is there an incoherence in Mr. Malema's position? You're saying he should be counseled to accept the song and its singing.
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just rather fond of the stem. So I think song is very emotive and it's very affective, and that's why it's been so important in South African history. But song is also about ideals and visions and aspirations. And that's what I think, that is the category that ibhunu comes into. And I think, hopefully, by giving some understanding of what people mean when they sing, what it means to them as they sing, and what the singers hear, what they are hearing is a song about land, a song that gives them a place as a singer, gives them a voice in a society that comes outside a political elite. And that is part of the power of song.
Are you aware of the slogan, blood and soil?
It's not a new slogan. It can be used by many people.
Yes, and are you aware of it being used by the Nazis?
It was also used by the Zimbabwe liberation fighters. They were called Sons of the Soil when they were trying to wrest power from the colonial regime. So it is one that can be used in many different contexts.
Yes, across different contexts, this term can be used. That blood and soil, as used by the Nazis, referred to there being one race of people that ought to occupy German land, that the land is an important part of healing the German nation, that term land and soil was used by them.
Blood and soil is a very, very common nationalist slogan. It
Yes.
could be used by very, very many people
Yes.
in very many different contexts. And to simply say that it was a Nazi slogan would be to be diminishing the power. If you say blood and soil, you might be interpreted as saying as you want to fight for your land.
Yes, as the Nazis,
And that
as the
is
Nazis
probably,
used
yes,
the
but
slogan.
so did the British soldiers. So did the South African soldiers who fought in that war.
So you'll accept that a phrase can be used across time and across countries and can bear different meanings in those contexts.
In some contexts, and blood and soil is not a song. It's a proverb, it's a slogan, if you like.
Would we condemn some people who said blood and soil and not others, depending on the context?
I think that's not a question that relates to my expertise again. I think that it's such a common idea, blood and soil. Many, I mean, if you think of the Anglo-Boer War, you think of many different wars, the idea of blood and soil. I will give my blood for the soil. It's a very simple and profound idea, a very masculine idea probably, but, you know, it is an idea. So I don't really see that it has any relevance to the song that I'm here to talk about.
Just to get a position on what you think songs do. From what I understand, you said songs are not mere decoration. Is that correct?
We're talking about the South African context, because
Yes.
that's very, very important.
Let's constrain ourselves to the South African context.
Well, that is what my article was about, and that is what I've been trying to give the court some sense of, because I think song has been misinterpreted. I think song has been not recognized as important enough by some elements of even the ANC and the new dispensation. And, you know, and so I was interested to see how it would have its place, and that's why I looked at the Zuma case and then the Malema case.
I think you've got on something very accurate there, which is that the role of song is being under-recognized, that it is an important rhetorical tool to be used by politicians. And as you said, it can have this power of agitation, that it can stir people up, and that it can be used, as you said, to call for change, to change to a system. And I would just say one step further, that you can call people to action with song.
I think that is not what I would say that is not something that I would agree with. It can call you to action to perhaps be a member of a political party because you heard the song. But if a song is a song, it is not the same as a command. And that is what I would stick with.
I'd like to talk about something else. My little friend played a video which loosely translates as to Tambo must call on Botha to free Mandela. And you testified that that song could be, you could change the lyrics. You could have 3 different protagonists in that song. Is that correct?
I did say that because songs change.
Yes. Now, let's say we just added in the different protagonists. Would it still have, would it cross-reference back to the earlier song? It's sung to the same tune. We've changed 3 of the words. Would it still have the valence of the prior song, or at least be related to the prior song?
It would have to have a constituency. It would have to have meaning. It would have to have power and affect. It couldn't be sung by someone who didn't understand the constituency of song in the political realm.
So if it was sung by someone who understood the power of song in the political realm, and they changed one of the words, would they be able to rely on the prior words of that song?
I'm afraid I don't know.
So let's say, for example, we just changed one of those. So, Tambo, please call on de Klerk to release Mandela. We've just changed Botha to de Klerk. And we sing the song to the same crowd, same tune. Is it an entirely new song, or is it the same song?
It's an adaptation of the song, because songs often have a very similar structure.
Yes, it would be an adaptation of the song. Would it have a similar effect on the crowd? In other words, when we've changed the one word from Botha to de Klerk?
I don't know. I'm not prepared to say, because it's hypothetical. So I don't know, because it would then be a different song. So then I would have to look at it and say, well, what's happening here? The fact that that song seemed to have been used to have Teta Nobot Kululu Mandela was a call, a request that something happen, for sure. But that song remains within the wider domain of song as liberation song. So it becomes reused, it becomes part of being remembered as a song.
Now, with the audience hearing just the one change, and in other words, it is de Klerk who releases Mandela, would they understand there was a prior song, the person who's supposed to do the releasing was being called upon, was Boer, it's now being de Klerk? Would they understand the history of the prior song when they hear the adapted version of the song?
I have no idea.
Would the prior version of the song would have any role in understanding the adapted version of the song?
I have no idea.
That strikes me as strange. I think your mind is running ahead of you, and you can see where I'm going. And now you want to deny something incredibly obvious because you know where I'm going. Just be honest with this
I'm
court.
afraid. I'm being absolutely clear. I don't know.
Your earlier testimony in chief was that these songs are fluid, that one could even change the words of the song, and people would know what the song was. That you can play with it. Is that correct?
You can play with many songs like that. It's part of the way songs work. It's why the Dubula song, I mean, it comes up in so many different forms.
Yes.
Of course you could change, you might be, I don't know. I really don't know.
Would it be a new song every time, or would we say this is the song with adaptations?
It would depend who was singing it. It would depend on the context. It would depend on a whole lot of things.
Yes. This is a, I will say maybe this is my personal distaste for this hyper-particularism, this inability to answer abstract questions just strikes me as incredibly evasive. I don't know. I'll give you an example that Mr. Malema took yesterday. I asked him whether he could condemn the killing of those two women that I mentioned to you, the mother and daughter who were slaughtered in this very brutal way. And I said, would you accept that the power dynamics of the person who tortured them to death, oppressed those women, should be condemned? And his answer to me, he says, I don't have enough information. I don't know what their class status is. If they're working class, maybe I could answer that, but maybe they're upper class and I can't answer it. And this evasive line strikes me as similar to that. In other words, you're retreating into areas of saying, I don't have enough context because I want to evade your answer. That's the tactic that you're using.
What Mr. Malema says on that is not my business. It's not what I'm here for.
I'm pointing out that you're using a similar tactic, which is to say, I don't know enough and so I can't answer. But in other areas, you're very happy to answer. So it's an evasive strategy, and it's
I contend, my lord, that this is absolutely not the case. I'm an expert on song. And that's what I'm here for.
And I'm asking
and
you about a song.
that's what I've tried to do at great length.
Professor Gunnar, I'm specifically asking you about your expertise about songs. And I'm asking you, if we change one word in a song, what effect that has. And suddenly you say, I need more context than that. I couldn't possibly answer. I mean, this is just beyond me. This again strikes me as incredibly evasive. I'm asking you about your particular area of expertise, about something that you testified on an hour ago.
Well, it could go in so many directions. It could be, let me just say, and remember that the song Dubula ibhunu could well be used in 20 years' time when there is a different land. It could be used by anybody, but it's still a song. Oops. It's still a song about land reclamation. A word could change. Possibly the word ibhunu could change to something else. Something like iskwili, for instance. The wealthy, or the wealthy farm owners. You know, songs change. What I'm saying is that songs, even if they change, are a vehicle to make a point and to make a point in the political domain.
I'm going to put something to you as well. If I could turn to page 1318, my lord. This isn't in the printed bundle, so I'll have to put up on the screen.
In the book or in the case lines?
It's in case lines.
Page?
1318. We could turn to paragraph 386. Now, for some context, what the tribunal is considering is what the role of songs could be in genocide. And I want to just put these in contradistinction to Professor Gunner's views. 386. Stated, the Chamber will therefore consider whether and how hate speech can constitute the crimes of direct and public incitement to commit genocide and prosecution as a crime against humanity. The Chamber notes that under certain circumstances, a song or speech could be considered participation in a crime, such as genocide or murder, through aiding or abetting, inciting, or even ordering the crimes or evidence of conspiracy to commit genocide. Now, here what the tribunal says is that under certain conditions, songs can be used in that manner. Would you accept that that is true?
I think clearly in the Rwandan case, this was so.
Yes. The court goes on at 389, says, depending on the nature of the message conveyed and the circumstances, the Chamber does not exclude the possibility that songs may constitute direct and public incitement to commit genocide.
I think, again, I'm going back to my ground, which is what I've been examining here and what I've done my work on. And I would say no. If you take a generality, if you look at what happened in Rwanda, if you look at the number of people who were singing, if you look at the radio, if you look at the propaganda from the government of Habyarimana, then it becomes, again, a wider context. What I am talking about is this particular context.
Let's draw those parallels properly. You're saying, in other words, let's just say, when this court, in these particular circumstances, was looking at Rwanda, you'll accept the truth of that statement. The statement was, depending on the nature of the message conveyed and the circumstances, so you've got those caveats, the Chamber does not exclude the possibility that songs may constitute direct and public incitement to commit genocide. So there's the sub-caveats, you've got the context. Would you accept that that statement is
I don't accept that about song in the cases I've been looking at, no.
No, but I'm asking about this. We'll do the parallel later. I'm asking about
No.
this
I mean,
context.
certainly the Rwandan case.
Yes.
That was one of the things. But no, that has no relevance to the case.
We can
to
talk about
my
the relevance
articles.
later. I just want to do this piecemeal. So, as I say, you're running ahead. Let's just stick to this one. I'll say it again. The court finds, depending on the nature of the message conveyed and the circumstances, the Chamber does not exclude the possibility that songs may constitute direct and public incitement to commit genocide.
This
Now,
is the
in Rwanda, in
Rwanda.
that particular case. So we won't move to our context yet. We're just in this context.
In the Rwandan case, that seemed to have been so.
Yes. And then at paragraph 395, the following page, Tribunal says, finally, depending on the message conveyed in the context, the Chamber does not exclude the possibility that songs may constitute persecution as a crime against humanity. Would you accept that in the Rwanda case?
Well, clearly, that's what they came up with.
Now let's try
Yes,
and...
but again, the context matters.
Let's get on to that. Now, the context in Rwanda is that you had a richer group in the form of a richer group, a wealthier group, in the form of the Tutsis, who had minority rule in Rwanda and were viewed as oppressors of the Hutus. Do you accept that's the case in Rwanda?
They all spoke the same language, you know that.
Okay.
They all spoke Kinyarwanda.
Mm-hmm. So in other words, even in a situation where the two groups spoke the same language, the one was viewed as other and was viewed as a minority oppressor group. Is that correct?
Within a long history of French and Belgian manipulation.
Yes. Now, so in other words, the view is exactly to say it was the Tutsis were viewed as being in league with the Belgians, that they were favoured by the Belgians.
I don't know my Rwandan Belgian history very well, but certainly in many countries, the colonial authorities played on divisions and hostilities within a country.
Yes.
Including South Africa.
Yes. Now, in other words, what we have in Rwanda is a case where you've got a colonial body that divides these two groups. Some might say artificially to say they spoke the same language. the one group, being the minority group, is elevated into a position of power, and that ultimately that minority group is then slaughtered en masse in the Rwandan genocide. Is that a fair depiction of the Rwandan genocide?
That is, but it's also, Rwandan history is extremely interesting because there were the Rwandan kingdoms, and there was, the Tutsis had very ancient Rwandan kingdoms with their own traditions of poetry as well. Mm-hmm. But anyway, that's just an aside. But I think, again, the whole history of what happened in Rwanda cannot suddenly be plonked into a case here.
Yes, well, we haven't gotten there yet. Now, I take it what historians do, and one of the reasons why we study history.
Mr. Oppenheimer?
Yes, my lord. I see we have gone quite far into the lunch
Yes.
break. Might be a good time to take the agenda.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, how much time do we need to take?
Shall we take a slightly shorter one and come back in 45 minutes, my lord?
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We're going to take a break. You will still remain under oath, which means you also cannot discuss this case with any person without prior permission by the court. Thank you very much. The court shall adjourn.
We'll finish today, definitely. Don't take that much longer. You got a sense on re-examination?
I might need some time to start.
Oh, okay.
you send it to the other attorneys,
Yeah.
and then she can get it on to... You
That's an
probably
excellent
could
suggestion,
even
Lord.
send it to me. Let me see if our emails this time works.
I've sent you and put it on your phone, on the laptop. You want to? Okay. Yes, if you can then either on a phone or a laptop.
Daniel, do you mind sending to Ange as well?
Does it come through?
No, I don't have it.
It's on WhatsApp apparently.
Maybe what you should do on your computers is get out of the...
There we go, my lord.
Okay.
Technology is miraculous until it's not miraculous. Okay, excellent. So, Professor Gunner, that is the front cover of the book, and then I'm going to turn to the extract, which is on the following page. And I will read it out, and that should be quite visible now. I'll start from the top. Jean Kambanda, the future Prime Minister of Rwanda, was born in 1955 in Gitarama, in the last years of the monarchy. He was 2 years old when the Hutu first called for an end to their subservient status. Their bitter and ultimately violent struggle began in 1957 with the publication of a Hutu manifesto calling for majority rule. The manifesto maintained that the problem in Rwanda was Tutsi supremacy. Many Belgian priests who lived in Rwanda agreed and helped the Hutu in their struggle, providing access to the outside world and a lobby in Europe. A rallying point for this so-called social revolution was the belief that the Tutsi were not really Rwandans at all. They had overrun the country years before. For the Hutu, the future of Rwanda meant freedom from Tutsi rule, and for the Tutsi it meant a restoration of their dynastic customs and an end to Belgian colonization. In turn, there were Tutsi supremacists who believed that the Hutu were by their very nature subservient. The United Nations also considered Rwanda's problems in terms of a racial divide. When the Hutu manifesto was published, a UN report had loftily claimed that there was little hope for a rapprochement between the races, and called on the Belgians to help to emancipate the downtrodden Hutu. And then in 1959, a series of events led to terrible and devastating violence. The king died in mysterious circumstances after being treated by a Belgian doctor. To this day, his death remains a mystery. The Tutsi elite blamed the Belgians and Hutu extremists. The Tutsi decided to try to destroy the emerging Hutu leadership. In November, a Hutu leader was attacked by young Tutsis and a series of killings of Tutsis began. Now, Professor Gunner, I raise this because, as you say, it's important when we're talking about different countries, different times, to understand the context. I want to put to you that Rwanda and South Africa are not the same countries. They've gone through different histories. But it is possible for us to use analogous reasoning to try and find out whether certain principles in one case follow into another case. And the difference between an analogy and things that are identical is that analogies are by nature non-identical. But there is a principle at play that can be carried across time and across the different cases. Now, if we look at some of those parallels which I'd like to put to you, it's that there was this conflict between Hutus and Tutsis is partly the result of colonial intervention. That, as you mentioned earlier in your testimony, we had a Belgian occupation, you had a foreign power that played a role in that place and that created tensions. Is that correct?
It is correct, but we could have used other analogies. We could have, you could have taken other cases of civil war in Africa, like Nigeria. You could have taken the animosity between the Yoruba and the Igbo, or the Hausa and the Igbo. So there are many examples.
Yes, this is one example among many, and we can draw these parallels, and we can see how this particular instance, as you said, of colonial occupation can cause inter-ethnic tensions in a society.
You could use Eastern European examples as well.
Yes, yes. Now, I'd submit that in South Africa, we've had a history where you've had people from, from Europe who have come. There's been a call to say that the European involvement in South Africa has caused tensions, that you've got people who are descendants of Europeans, you've got people who are descendants from the rest of Africa, that there are some parallels between South Africa and Rwanda on that front. That there was a colonial power in South Africa and also in Rwanda.
I think that would be very, very broad, and I would still maintain that it is essential to look at the history of a particular country. If you look at the particular history of South Africa, you see huge interracial solidarity. You see, it's not a sharp cut case like the Rwandan Tutsi at all. There's far, far more intertwining of cultures and languages and histories. So South Africa is a far more united country, in fact.
What's interesting is because Mr. Malema has described white South Africans as visitors in this country, that they don't really belong. And the similar language is used to Tutsis, that they were not really Rwandans. You see that parallel as well?
Yes. I think the objection is going to be that he also considered that they have naturalized after some period. I think that's what Mr. Gais...
Precisely. The point about visitors is initially they were visitors on their way to Asia, and then eventually they naturalized.
Yes, well, my Lord, Mr. Malema's testimony is also that white people are criminals, that they can never be rightful owners of land in South Africa. And he says they must be treated as such now, as visitors. So in other words, he concedes that they've naturalized, but I don't think he places any normative weight on their naturalization, because he thinks...
Yes, I accept that, Mr. Oppenheim, but I thought that for the purpose of the witness, the way you formulated your question initially, it linked quite directly to the issue where he said they are naturalized. And indeed, he did later say they are criminals, and then he gave the motor car example, the son and the father.
Yes. So, in other words, the full context of Mr. Malema's statement is to describe white South Africans as visitors. He says they have naturalized, but whites are criminals and they must be treated as such. Now, I'd put to you that there's a parallel there in the description of Tutsis as not being really Rwandans.
Again, I don't really see how this applies to the history of song in South Africa. Also, the history of song that has been sung in many languages, including English and Afrikaans.
Well, it's a very simple reason why we're doing this. Your prior evidence is that in order to understand the meaning of a song, you must look at it within a context. What I'm putting to you is, well, let's understand what that context is, and then how we can take an evasive obfuscatory line, which is to say, yesterday and tomorrow are totally non-identical things, and we can draw no comparison between them, and we must be stuck in the very, very limited context. Or we can take the view taken by historians, which that we can learn from the history of other countries and of other time periods, and we can draw parallels. So let's explore that line.
I think that the history of Rwanda, the genocide of Rwanda, has been extensively written about by many people besides Linda Malvern. And there is a range of opinion about the direct causes of the genocide. And again, I think that it is not relevant to, as I understand it, what I am giving evidence about, and to the business of this court.
The reason why I'm asking you, and you are being evasive now, So I've said, your line has been to say, I cannot answer this because that's a particular context. And now I'm asking you to see if the contexts are comparable or analogous. So I'm giving you the context of Rwanda, and I'm asking you to compare it to South Africa. Don't jump too far ahead. You know where I'm going, and that's why you're being evasive.
Mr. Oppenheimer, I have no idea where you're going. I'm just dealing with the present moment.
Then let's do that. So what I'm asking at the present moment is, it would appear to me that there's a parallel on one particular issue, which is that Tutsis were described as not really Rwandans and from elsewhere, and that whites have been described by Mr. Malema as visitors and as those who are not rightful owners of land and who are criminals. It strikes me that it's a parallel. Is there a parallel or not?
There's a parallel in the two comments, but there's not a parallel in the way in which democracy and the groups in this country have in fact meshed together and worked together and constitute a quite remarkable multiracial society, which still has, and this is the content that I've been dealing with, the issue of land, amongst other things. And song, as I've said, has a role in making political comments about song, about political matters.
On that front, I think it would be fair to you to put what Mr. Malema's take was on the song Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer. I'm going to give you a copy of Mr. Ritz's book. It's a physical copy. It's at page 214.
Is that the coming TRC?
No, it's Kill the Boer. I can pass that to you. It's at page...
By
Mr. Ritz.
No, it's fine. This is fine, thanks.
Before the witness.
Yeah, that's fine.
You got that?
Share.
All right, you can hand that up. So if we go to page 214... It should be 251 of case lines.
who's the publisher of the book?
It's Kroll Publishers.
Commissioned by Afriforum.
Yes. You can turn to the middle of that page.
214.
It's 214 in the book, yes. At the section where it says in cross-examination. Now, to give you context, this refers back to the prior litigation, which you write about in your paper. You write about the fact there was a hate speech case launched against Mr. Malema and the ANC on Dubula, ibhunu. And this is an extract of that evidence. So in cross-examination, Malema was asked why he was convinced that it was inappropriate to sing Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer, but acceptable to sing Dubula, ibhunu. His response was as follows, in quotes: "When we were encouraged to sing Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer, the explanation was that the farmer is directed at a particular group of people. And what is worse is that farmers are not only whites. You are going to even kill people who are part of your struggle if you want to kill farmers. So you're actually pushing away the potential supporters of your struggle when you say, kill the farmer." Now, I put to you that Mr. Malema's own evidence 10 years ago was the reason you don't sing this song, that it can lead to real-world actions, and that some of the people that will be killed won't be white.
Sorry, there's an objection.
Your Lordship, the difficulty here is this. Firstly, this was not put to Mr. Malema himself. He was here 2 days. This was never put to him. What we have here is an extract in this book that refers to a transcript we have not seen. So it would be appreciated if you perhaps have the original copy of the transcript. And even that being said, context of what Mr. Malema might have meant, we can't have because the version wasn't even put to him.
Well, it's not necessary to put it to Mr. Malema. It was dealt with in evidence in chief. It's in the book. It's been provided to the other side. And I'm asking the experts to testify to it. She has testified earlier, a particular line about what songs can do. And I'm just putting to her that Mr. Malema, in his testimony, seemed to say otherwise, and she can respond to that.
Yes, I think I recall that this portion, in fact, I underlined it specifically, that it was put to Mr. Rhodes. He testified about it. So I will permit the question.
You may well permit the question, Your Lordship, but my point is different. The version was not put to Mr. Malema. Secondly, this is an extract of an original, which is supposedly the original transcript of the actual trial. That hasn't been provided to us. We don't know whether Mr. Malema actually said these words. That's the difficulty.
Well, my lord, my learned friend, if he wants, the end of this matter, this book has 1,000 notes in it. It's very easy to go and check up any of the source documents and say this isn't the case, this is not the case, that rebuttal can be done. The point is, here is the extract from the book. Mr. Roots has testified to
Well,
it.
Mr. Oppenheimer have already ruled that I accept the
Yes.
question must proceed. There's an issue about the record, and I would say, in the interest of progress, the two councils must discuss the issue of the record, how you exchange the recording, and the other side can look at it at an appropriate time, and before you address the court, that can be dealt with, and I'll wait at the time of considering the matter.
I appreciate that, my lord. Then, Professor Gunner, I'm going to read it to you again. My learned friend has a very impressive habit of breaking our discussions. It removes the momentum of our discussion, so I'm going to put it to you again. In cross-examination, Malema was asked why he was convinced that it was inappropriate to sing "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer," but acceptable to sing "Dubula ibhunu." His response was, when we were discouraged to sing "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer," the explanation was that the farmer is directed at a particular group of people. And what is worse is that farmers are not only whites. You are going to even kill people who are part of your struggle if you want to kill farmers. So you're actually pushing away the potential supporters of your struggle when you say kill the farmer. I'll put it to you that Mr. Malema's testimony on this is quite clear. That when you sing that song, there is a danger that people that are not white will be killed. And that song is going to have a real effect in the world.
I still think that the song has a role in justice, and it has a role in bringing about, it's a role as bringing about a just society through rethinking land, and that it has a long history of doing that in the history of our country. And I think that that's how I see it. And that the song does not have any injunction to kill as an action. It is a song that is directed at looking again at the land issue. And if you look at the end of my article, you will see that I say that Malema was using the stick of the song to beat his own government, who were not moving on the land issue. And when people sing the song, that is what they are singing about. They want land redistribution. That's what they are singing it about.
You know,
it is not an injunction.
Professor Gunner, what's amazing to me, you come here as an expert. My learned friend spent an enormous amount of time going through your publications, the number of things that you've written, the number of seminars that you're involved in. That you would take such a strongly distorted ideological position in this case to the detriment of your career strikes me as bizarre. I've asked you a very simple question. Mr. Malema himself, in this testimony, says the risk in singing "Kill the farmer, kill the Boer" is that it will lead to the killing of black people, people who are not white. And you've again moved to a rhetorical line. No, the song is about land reform. Engage the question.
Yes, Mr. Constable.
My Lord, again, let's be fair to the witness. The answer given by Mr. Malema was, when we were discouraged to sing "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer," the explanation was that, in other words, he's relaying someone else's explanation. It's not his personal view. He's saying, when we were discouraged from singing a song, this is the reason we're given. So it's not his words.
My Lord, my learned friend is now testifying as to what the meaning of this passage is. The witness is the one who's being asked to explain it. My learned friend is now feeding information to the witness so she can give a response. That's entirely inappropriate.
Well, you misrepresented what the text says. That's the difficulty.
I've read the text to her.
Sorry, can we have order, please? Mr. Kasiboto, you're saying that this is a misrepresentation, but I thought this is a quotation in terms of the way it's put in the book.
Let me explain what I'm saying, my lord.
Please.
My learned friend read the text. And when conveying the text to the witness, he says this was Mr. Malema's response as to why they don't sing "Kill the Boer."
Response in that case, not in this case.
No, my lord. His response was relaying what he was told. So his response is not his version, it's a version of a third party. So this is the wording, my lord. The explanation, let me start at the start. When we were discouraged to sing "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer," the explanation was that the farmer is directed at a particular group. In other words, this is not his version. It's the version that he was given. So it's a distortion to say Mr. Malema's position is this. Mr. Malema is merely saying this is what I was told.
Mr. Oppenheimer, any possibility that you can put this in the form of Mr. Malema's response to, and in his response he stated what he was told the explanation was?
The quote from the book is clear. It says, in cross-examination, Malema was asked why he was convinced that it was inappropriate to sing "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer," but acceptable to sing "Dubula." Now what he's doing is he's saying, this is why I am convinced not to sing "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer," but it is okay to sing "Dubula." And part of that is that he's given an explanation for what he was told, but it is his personal justification for why he would not do it. And then he says, when we were discouraged to sing "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer," the explanation was that the farmer is directed at a particular group of people, and what is worse is that farmers are not only whites. You are going to even kill people who are part of your struggle if you want to kill farmers, so you're actually pushing away the potential supporters of your struggle when you say "kill the farmer." It's quite evident from that he's relaying his view and where the view comes from. We were instructed that this is why you don't do it. Because when we sing the song, what might happen is that some people who are not white will be killed along the way.
Mr. Oppenheimer, I think where the problem comes in, you're saying it's his view. But that's not his view about stopping to sing the song. He says, I stopped because I was told stop. If you continue with the singing, you're going to cause the killing of other people in addition to the killing of the whites.
And that is
but
what personally
But the
convinces
way
him.
you put it now, and I think that's where the objection comes in, is as though Mr. Malema, when he testified, he said both. In other words, he says, I was told stop. And the second aspect of it is, I then agreed with what I was told. But that's not what this presents. He says, I stopped because I was told to stop, and the reason for that is X, Y, Z.
Well, my lord, I'd submit that in the prior paragraph it says, in cross-examination, Malema was asked why he was convinced that it was inappropriate to sing the song "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer." In other words, he's saying, I am convinced they should not sing this song. And let me tell you why I am convinced. So it is both a personal reason for why he would not sing it, and Mr. Malema has testified.
He accepted the reason given.
Accepts the reason.
I think it would be best if you were to put it that way, because the end result would be the same.
Yes. So,
I'm sorry, my lord.
Yes.
That is the author's interpretation. Those aren't Mr. Malema's words. Nowhere does it say I accept. This whole idea in cross-examination, Malema was asked why he. That's the author's interpretation,
No,
not
but
his words.
we're going back now into the issue of the recording.
Yeah.
And I've already made a ruling
Yes.
that in as far as the recorder is concerned, that's an issue between you and Mr. Oppenheimer,
Yes.
and that can be dealt with at the end of this hearing. You can argue to me and say, in weighing how you accept this evidence, take into consideration this is what is being said. If the recorder on the book is incorrect, because
Yes.
that's where I see we may need to look at the record
Yes.
as to whether this is a true reflection of the record of the previous case.
Well, I'm happy for the question to go ahead, provided there's an understanding that there's a dispute as to whether he accepts this or not. So it can't be taken as fact. That's all I'm suggesting.
Well, that's the point I made, that we will deal with it when we come to the end of the case. Yes, Mr. Oppenheimer.
Yes. Well then, Prof. Kano, after all of that,
I think, Mr. Oppenheimer, the one point that I wanted to emphasize was it would not be proper to put it to the witness as though bluntly Mr. Malema says, that's my view. I think that's where the problem comes in. For me, the question should come that he was told, he accepted that, and yes, the first sentence says, yes, he accepted to sing the Dubula ibhunu song. So I think if it's put that way, but to say that's his view, I think it's stretching it too far.
yes, there's a simple way to put it then. I think everybody agrees that it was put to Mr. Malema that you ought not to sing, kill the farmer, kill the Boer, because not all farmers are white. And when you sing this song, there is a risk that non-white people will be killed. So someone takes that view, that there's a danger that this song will lead to real-world consequences, will lead to the deaths of people, and in particular that they're not white, so then it's very regrettable that they die. If it was white people, it would be different, but it's very regrettable that non-whites would die, and that's why you ought not to sing it. So I put to you that that position, that songs can cause real action in the world. What's your reaction to that?
I still maintain that the dominant presence of a song is a song, and that a song is not a direct call to action, and it has not been in the case of Dubula ibhunu, or kill the farmer, kill the Boer. Even when in whatever language it is in, it falls in the space of political song. And in the history of South Africa, political song, as I have said many times, has a long and just record
I'll ask you this question.
of bringing about change.
Are there any restrictions you would place on political songs?
I'm not sure whether that's in the remit of my
You're an expert in political songs.
I'm
and
not an
songs.
expert in, I'm not an expert politician, no. And for political song, you could try and sing anything. What would happen would be what would happen to it, where it would go, who would sing it, who would the audience be, how it would fly, whether it would be seen as complete rubbish or whether it would be seen as a just part of making your case. And if it was seen as a just part of making your case, then you would be able to sing it.
What if some people saw it as a just part of making your case and other people saw it as an attack on their dignity and a way to marginalize them further?
Well, that would obviously be debated in court, which is what we're doing right now. What I'm saying as an expert witness and thinking about song, again, in the history of South Africa, that song has had a very wide remit, and it's had to have it. And as we have said, Dubula has in fact a very long history in the South African canon of liberation song. And it has a very long history, Dubula using bazookas, machine guns, AKs, they're all there. And they're all injunctions or desires for something different. They do not mean every time you say the word Dubula that you are expecting to kill. That is not why they are sung. They are sung in the interests of justice.
Could they be sung sometimes to mean actually shoot?
I believe not, on the evidence that I have from my working on songs and culture and politics.
Songs were used during the armed struggle, is that correct?
I've been talking about that all morning, Mr.
Yes.
Oppenheimer.
So yes.
Yes.
Now, you might think that the armed struggle is just. In other words, that it is just to take up arms, to kill people for a just cause. Right? One could hold that view.
That's not the song, Mr. Oppenheimer. That's the ideal. That's the idea. And if you go back to South African history, there was a moment when the armed struggle was taken up. But that is a different question from the idea of song.
Let's do this one question at a time. So again, you're running ahead of me. I'm asking you a particular question about justice and the armed struggle. And I'm saying one could hold the view that taking up arms in an armed struggle against an oppressive regime might be just. Could one take that view?
Absolutely.
Could, when one sings songs encouraging people to take up arms against that regime, is there any possibility that they may very well be influenced by the song to take up those arms?
It's possible, and they may have been in the South African struggle. There were a range of songs that did that. But what I have been addressing is the case of the song that we have here and the articles that I have here and what they are doing.
Now, if Mr. Malema believes that it would be just to treat white people as criminals, to eradicate them, and he wants to sing a song for that believed just cause, could he influence people to do that thing that he believes to be just?
I think we have to look at the history of South Africa, where the democracy is now, where political openness is now, where political parties are. The whole question of having one man, one vote, one woman, one vote is here. It is a completely different place, and justice is here. There is not an armed struggle to be fought for.
And in your
So
view,
history has moved on, and the songs move on. To some extent, the songs take the past with them, but to another extent, the songs move in the present. The whole tenor of my article was that Mr. Malema took up that song because he wanted to make a point about land.
now, if I understand you've said that to us many times, and what's interesting, of course, your early evidence is that words are multivalent, but apparently this song is only about land and could possibly only be understood in that manner. There's no other way to understand it, as far as I understand your evidence, right? It has one meaning, one direct meaning, and that's it. That ends the story. Is that right?
This song is about land.
Only about land?
I believe it is about land, it's about justice.
Is it only about land?
It's about
only
land
about
and justice.
It's only about land and justice. Is that correct?
That is how I interpret it.
That's your. Now that's also interesting. You've said that's how I interpret it. Do you accept that other people could interpret it differently?
I assume from song that people sing songs for many reasons, not to perform particular tasks, and that Kill the Boer is about land.
Let me ask you this. That song is accompanied by gestures as well, that in addition to singing the song, hands are pivoted like guns, and pow pow is said in addition to the song. Do the gestures play a role in the song?
Gestures have always played a role in the song. As I said, performance is somatic. Performance is about the body. You do not sing a song standing like a piece of wood. You gesture. And if you look at the videos of the songs, the struggle songs, you will see that one of the most common physical tropes is of gesturing with a gun.
Now, is there a difference between gesturing with a gun like this in a mine and going on stage with a real gun? Would there be a difference?
I would say not.
They're identical.
I would say that to move from the gesture to a real gun is still in the realm of song, and that many of the songs that were sung during the liberation struggle did just that. They may well have had guns in their hands, but they were singing about fighting a just war.
Would it, if you added in shooting that real gun off the stage, would that make a difference to the effect?
Well, I think they were often shot into the air, because that's what they were. But I still maintain that this is in the realm of song and dissent in the new regime, which is why it was pulled into the policy of the EFF, as I analysed it.
If I understand your thesis about songmaking, it's an important tool, it's a rhetorical device that can be used like other rhetorical devices we think about in history. For example, a rhetorical device used in Rwanda use of metaphor to call people cockroaches, for example. It's a rhetorical device, right? Calling someone a cockroach, calling a group a cockroach.
Well, as we have discussed, the Rwandan situation has its own pressures, its own history, and its own particular political grammar, if you like.
Yes. Now, you accept that the term cockroach is metaphorical, right?
Is what?
Is it a metaphor or is it literal?
It's a metaphor.
Yes. So when the Rwandans referred to Tutsis as cockroaches, they were using metaphorical language, is that correct?
There was a general, in the songs used before the Rwandan genocide, there was a general animalization of the Tutsis.
Yes.
And that was one of the devices used.
So you use metaphor, animalization, and I'd say that in other words, that entails dehumanization.
That's correct.
Yes. So you can use a metaphor to dehumanize people, and ultimately those people can be exterminated, is that correct?
That is what that's what the Rwandan songs did, and the impetus of the songs was one of the things that led to the genocide.
Yes.
But remember what I said before, that there was government intervention, there was the Interahamwe, there was a very, very long process. And that is absolutely different from the situation in this democracy.
Yes. I'm just getting to this notion earlier. My learned friend has said, but this is merely metaphor. It's not to be taken literally. And the point that I'm driving home is that metaphorical language is an incredibly powerful rhetorical tool that can be used as a device among many others to exterminate a whole group of people. Would you accept that?
In some points of history, yes. But I would not say that there's anything to be animalizing in the song Kill the Boer. In fact, not at all.
Just know, Mr. Malema described in the chant that there is animalizing language used in it. It's in vernacular, and it refers to the people that you are calling upon. It refers to them as the animals, and that they must act like animals.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't know what I have no evidence of where that is, and it wasn't in the analysis I was doing when I wrote my work.
Yes.
I mean, there are all sorts of things politicians may say, but I'm going on the evidence of what I collected when I wrote my articles.
So that may be something that you missed when you wrote the article.
Is it a song?
It's in, when we asked Mr. Malema to, I played him extracts from his videos of him singing that song in stadiums full of tens of thousands of people. He went line by line. And he made a point of saying, this section refers to people as animals, that they must act like animals by being commanded to shoot.
Mr. Malema, which part is it? I don't recall, and I just want to check because I know when he explained the song, he spoke about Inyamazana.
Yes, that's the...
No,
am I correctly understanding?
No, that's not the correct understanding. He says, in the song, there's a use of the word Inyamazana. Mm. And Inyamazana, it's an animal.
Yes.
And when we said Inyamazana, we were referring to a person whose name is Inyamazana. We call this Inyamazana. The person, pick up the gun, Inyamazana. Mm. And that was not referring to Inyamazana as a real animal, but it was referring to this person. I mean, I just want to make sure that's my understanding and my recollection, and maybe Mr. Kasiboto could help here.
Yes, my Lord, so I understand it correctly. I understood that, in other words, as... Is it that Inyamazana refers to one person or to a group of people?
Now, Inyamazana, he said, Inyamazana is a name of an animal. It refers to an animal. And when they sing and say Inyamazana, they mean Inyamazana, bring the gun. And whilst Inyamazana is an animal, but it's referring to a specific person who should bring the gun. So the gun is not brought, I think he even said the gun is not brought by the animal, but it's brought by this person we call him Inyamazana. Yes. Remember, that's when you are saying Siyaya, Inyamazana, Siyaya. And bring me the gun, Inyamazana.
So the person is described as an animal?
The person is described as a person.
And they are the ones who must carry the gun?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So that's That's what I'm putting to you, in other words, that Ms. Malema's
But
testimony.
is in, my lord, are you saying that in Nyamazan is the name of the person?
I'm not saying that, ma'am. I think you must answer Mr. Oppenheimer.
Because in Nyamazan it could be the name of a person, but it is also a buck. A buck.
Yes, yes, yes. Is there a difference between a chant and a song?
They're very, very close. They're connected genres, yes. A toy would be seen as a chant. And songs and chants are very, very close. I wouldn't say there's a difference, no.
Sorry, just bear with me. A toy may be seen as a song. You said a toy may be seen as a song.
No,
Or what you
toy is
said?
a chant.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
a definite chant.
Toy as a
There's
chant.
no way a toy could be seen as a song, I would say. But then, you know, I'm just giving my evidence, my opinion on that. I'm not completely expert on that. I don't know how the musicologists write about it. But from listening to it, I would say it's clearer that it's a chant. Sometimes chants and songs are very close. Yeah. But in that case, I would say toy is not.
Could one chant a slogan?
It's not exactly a slogan. The thing is, Mr. Oppenheimer, when you are translating across cultures, you have to be incredibly careful that you don't equate things that are actually not quite equatable. And a chant is not quite a slogan in the sense that we would use a political slogan now on the back of a bus, say, down with an imaginary party, you know? No. That's a slogan on the back of a car. A chant has many, many meanings. A chant has been situated, again, within cultural references for a very, very long time. So you cannot, when you are doing transcultural translation, you cannot simply equate a chant and a slogan.
So if you had someone chanting, "One settler, one bullet," what would that mean?
Again, you could take it literally, or you could take it as someone being heartful with a certain situation.
If someone chanted, "One bullet, one bus," what would that mean?
Again, you might say, I don't know. I mean, I think you're drawing me down a very narrow semantic road,
Yes,
which
I
I
am.
don't feel like going down because I don't think it's relevant to what I'm here to talk about.
You've just testified that you know what the difference between a chant and a song is.
I don't think there's...
If you're refusing to answer, you can just say, "I refuse to answer."
I don't think there's a clear difference between a chant and a song, but I think the context matters hugely. And I think, again, that I don't think you can do a transcultural quick equation of a slogan and a chant. Because chants, again, if you look at chants from the matrix of African cultures, you can have very solemn chants, you can have religious chants, you can have a chants to do with funerals, you can have chants that work with family histories. So to simply make a simple equation between a chant and a slogan is distorting
I'm not
the
making that
meaning
equation.
of chant.
I'm saying clearly chants can come in all sorts of ways. So you can have funeral chant, slogans can come in all sorts of ways. You can have hope and change, very uplifting slogan. You can have, Buy American, it's a slogan. And then you can have chants like "One settler, one bullet," or "One bullet, one bus." And that the meaning of the words will be different, right? Or does the fact that they are chants give them the protective veneer that we can never take them literally?
I think that's an open question. I think that some chants could have a protective veneer. But again, in order to really look at the situation closely, you'd have to look at where, when, how, why, and so on.
Yes. In other words, the context in which the words are chanted or sung would play a role in determining their meaning.
I would say so, and also the language and the situation. The language and the situation will be part of the context.
Yes.
And yes.
My Lord, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Re-examination. Mr. Kasiboto, re-examination.
Just a second, my lord. Please
Okay,
pardon.
that's fine, that's fine. I didn't realize you were still talking. You want us to take a 5-minute break so that you can have your preparation in line?
If you permit me, my lord.
No, that's fine. Let's take a 5-minute adjournment. The court shall adjourn.
I'll offer him as well. Before we start with the re-examination, I'm going to request that we all stand up and take a moment of silence in memory of one of our brothers we have lost. We have lost Judge Munama. I think most of you know of him. Thank you very much. Good day again, Ms. Rather Professor Ghana. Good day. I have no specific questions to ask you. Safe to say this. There's been a debate that perhaps was lost, and the idea that you're conveying in your article was lost through hypotheticals, examples, and cross-referencing to material outside of your area of expertise. Do you perhaps want to give a summation of what your assertions, or rather what your article is about, and what your assertions are?
I would like to give a very short summation, yes. I would like to say that my articles, both of them, were an attempt to resituate song as an important element in South African democratic life, and to resituate it as that important element because it comes from a long matrix of African history where performance, critique through song, critique through oratory has been a part of African life. And that therefore to have a political song as a part of our life now is a continuation of a very long, honourable and creative tradition in South African polities.
I have no further questions for the witness. Perhaps, my Lord, sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to make a point about the practicalities moving forward.
Well, let's deal with that once we've released the witness.
Okay.
Thank you. Prof, the issue of the chant, and I raised this yesterday with Mr. Malema. As I understand, and I had an opportunity last night following from that to understand what the difference would be between a song and a chant. From what you've explained, a chant would normally go with the song, generally. Not
necessarily. I mean, you could have a chant could go into a song, yes.
Yes.
But they don't have to go together, my lord.
No, but I'm saying generally, you will find that most of the chants, particularly talking about political songs, I'm not talking about songs in the church or in religious bodies, because you do find chants also there. But I'm saying in political songs in the context of South Africa, you find them most of the time in a song.
Yes, although I mean you still hear toy toy.
Yes.
And I would say that toy toy is a particular genre that's quite hard to reproduce, and I would say it's a chant, but you could often then have a toy toy and then a song afterwards. They would go together, or they could.
But both of them stands out as a form of a speech, whether it's a toy toy or it's a song. You would agree that they would form part of a speech or not?
Well, I would say it's a particular kind of speech. It's not like the kind of speech we're having now.
Yes.
It moves into the space of performance. And the space of performance can be a space where one is allowed to say things one would not be allowed to say otherwise. The space of performance is, in a sense, sacrosanct.
Yes. So it would take a form of an artistic product. Now, if that is the case, and the song is sung in that format, but is sung in the context of a political song, wouldn't one be able to say from that song you could even deduct messages from the song?
I'm not sure, my lordship, what you mean by artistic production.
Well, I'm saying from what you described, because you're saying it doesn't take an ordinary song, it's like part of an artistic process. Or you're not saying that?
Could you repeat again, please?
I'm saying if a song, you're saying a song in this context would be part of an art. And if it's part of an art, my question is, we know artists, what they would communicate. Sometimes they communicate pure messages of entertainment. Nothing comes out of it. It's just joy, and you sit there, you listen, you sit there, you hear the songs. The songs are just emotive or therapeutic. But some songs you can deduct from their messages. Is that not so?
Yeah, I think that is so, yes.
Okay. And now, you spoke about the history of a song in the context of South African politics.
The history of the song,
Yeah.
yes.
And your emphasis is purely on songs in the political context, or let's call it in the context of the struggle for justice in South Africa.
Well, I mean, it could go back further into history.
Further than that.
Yes.
Because I'll tell you, I asked Mr. Malema yesterday to say, from my understanding of his presentation, he looks at the history of the struggle in South Africa in kind of a two-phase. Firstly, from 1652 onward, almost up to 1994. He speaks about other aspects of the history, like the Land Act of 1913, but that you can put it all into the dispossession of the land under colonialism and under apartheid. And then he also looks at what happened under 1994. Would you categorize the songs from your own research into that category also?
I would not.
You see them as a continuous process?
I see it much more as a continuous process, and I think that song has been present on the continent in African production as a vehicle, sometimes of praise, but also of criticism, and also as a form of wanting something that they haven't got for a much longer time than that. So my periodization would be different to Mr. Malema's.
Okay, but then that would mean that in terms of the songs and their context, the 1994 period of coming into being of the Constitution would have no meaning to those songs, or would not have no implications for the songs.
I think songs are always guided by circumstance. They're guided also by cultural norms, but political songs particularly are guided by circumstance. It's not by chance, for instance, that Nelson Mandela Metropolitan has service delivery protest songs, which come from the same tradition very recently. So the songs are going on. The songs are a vehicle, an expressive vehicle of performance to make certain points, and sometimes to make heard the voices of people that would not otherwise be heard.
Well, let's take an example. Understand, let's move out a bit out of the political songs. And I may be totally wrong here. I'm not into songs and things like that. I listen to music as and when. But in the olden days, somebody singing a song about having an affair with a 16-year-old, and there's quite a number of songs where an affair with a 16-year-old is highly glorified, and I can't remember them at the top of my head. But I would assume that with the development of societies and the issue of women's rights and the issue of children's rights, that culture has now changed. It's almost like a taboo to praise that kind of, or sing that kind of a song.
Well, I think it would be frowned upon, so it would stop. But to ban such a song might not help at all. It might simply drive things underground and stop people having the right to say what they wanted to say. What I'm trying to say, my lord, is that there is a kind of pressure of the audience that is put on a song. If those songs are not heard anymore now, it's because people decided that they were not worth singing. And so what I would take into account, my Lord, is that there is a democratic push and pull with songs. Songs have a place. That place may disappear. It may move.
Yes. And so that's what I'm trying to understand. And as I say, I tried to categorize the period with Mr. Malema yesterday. What I'm trying to understand is, if you sing a song that had certain chants before 1994, and my understanding from what I've heard is prior to 1994, political forces were at each other's throat, if I may use that term.
Yeah.
There was war, in a sense, in South Africa. Now, in a war situation, you mobilize whichever way you want to. You can sing chants that would mobilize you, give you, and Mr. Malema says it was never an instruction, but it could mobilize people. Now, before 1994, to sing a song that says, attack them and kill them, take back the land, those would be generally accepted in a particular grouping of a particular political force. There'll be another political force that would counter that and come up with whatever song they want to sing. I've had evidence about this term. So you look at that, you say the two go parallel in the pre-constitutional history. Now, could those songs still be sung post the, or maybe let me put it this way, you've just said the society would reject the norms of singing songs that would encourage affairs with young girls. Now, would the constitutional norms also say songs that are sung that goes against the spirit of the Constitution may need to be discouraged or not? Songs are songs.
I think it's quite an open question because, I mean, I didn't mention this because I've written about it myself, but I've read the work of others on current service delivery songs, protest songs. And I believe from the ones that are sung in Nelson Metropolitan, that they draw on the struggle era. So I think it's very possible that what is happening now is that the songs are moving across and that they are being used and that the same idioms are still being employed. And that is how I would interpret the song under question.
Thank you. You asked a question about a hypothetical question about driving women into the sea. Now, if a song is sung along those lines, it seems very extreme, but for my own understanding, if a song like that is sung, would you say it could also, it's possible to send messages of, or induce fear, and also communicate hatred?
It's possible, but there's never been a song like that. It has no, even in spite of the patriarchy in which we live and the gender violence that we live in, there has never been a song like that.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Any question from our questions?
No, my lord.
Thank you.
Just one, my lord,
Yes.
if you don't mind. Professor Ghana, while you're still on your feet, is there a difference between a political song, particularly in the context we're discussing today, and say any other song? For example, the song my lordship referred to. Is there a philosophical difference between the two?
I think the difference is that the song under discussion has been a topic for a long time in public life, in the lives of community, and in political debate. And therefore, that is why it has a life today.
Yes. Let me follow up that question with this. You look at the song in question, and you look at the song that my lordship has referred you to.
The woman being driven into the sea.
Correct. Now, in terms of the message they both want to send, is there a difference? And if there is, what is it?
Well, you're putting words into my mouth in a way. But anyway, never mind.
Correct me first
There is
and
a
then,
difference.
yeah.
No, there's a very, very, very big difference. And that is that the one is, again, part of, if you like, the pushing through of a democratic process. And that is what the land song is linked to. The idea of driving women into the sea is as crazy as Nongause, the prophetess's foreseeing that the cattle killing. You know, it's just I would say, an idea beyond the realm of taken seriously. But my lord, with all respect, you did use it.
Okay. No further questions, madam.
Thank you very much. Right, Mr. Thank you, Professor. You are excused. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. Mr. Kasiboto, you wanted to talk about the way forward.
Yes, my lord. I've just conferred with my learned friend in terms of the way forward. He advises me that the transcripts have been churned out progressively. I just wanted to get guidance from your lordship as to whether he knows when we'll get them, so that we can discuss the issues of argument.
Okay. Shouldn't we discuss that maybe in chambers? Because there may be some other details. We need to talk also about when the next time the hearing would sit.
Yes, I thought on that front, my lord, is the best way to be in contact with your lordship's registrar instead of the general court registrar, that we could then arrange a date. I would think one day for a hearing on argument, and we would obviously need to prepare heads of argument based on the transcripts. It might be worth not agreeing a date today, so we can see how long it takes for the transcripts to come out. I imagine it'll be in excess of 1,000 pages. It may take some time to produce heads of argument, and maybe that once heads of argument are produced, that then a date is then established for the hearing of the argument.
Okay. That's fine. I think we'll postpone the matter to a date to be arranged with the Secretary of the Court. We can then be in contact with each other in terms of when the heads of arguments would be provided. Now, the heads, do you want me to set up the dates same day, or do you want the complainant first and then the defendant next?
The same day, if that works?
I'd rather in the ordinary course, my lord, they come first, we respond to them.
Okay, that's fine. That also will once the transcript is out, the secretary will contact your attorneys, and then they can give a sense as to when the heads of arguments will be ready. We will then find a date when the next hearing would be.
As the court pleases.
Are you satisfied? Thank you very much. This matter is postponed to a date to be arranged with the Secretary of the Court. The heads of argument, the date thereof, will also be arranged by the Secretary of the Court. Thank you very much. Thanks everybody for your time. The court shall adjourn.
Okay.
This is an epic battle.
As always,
I got Jesus for revenge.
I hate the fact that I see where it comes from.